Hello and welcome, everybody. We are live once again, delving into the darkness within. How is everyone doing tonight? I hope we're all doing well. I know my players are, well, less enthusiastic.
You're making us nervous, Josh. You're making us
Yeah,
nervous.
I mean, you're the ones who walked into an abyssal stronghold, not me, so.
We
kind of had to.
I was like, did we have any other options?
I mean, you did. Watch
Not
the
many.
world burn.
Options including walking through the front or the back? Seems like some great options there, buddy.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So, before we get full into swing with everything tonight, I did want to mention that, for those of you who weren't aware, on Tuesdays, we are now hosting a new show called Behind the Curtain, which kind of sits down, and I sit down with a couple of the other players that were particularly big or had heavy impact in the previous session, or just a slew of the cast members, to talk about the campaign so far, talk about the previous sessions, where their characters are at, where they're wanting to go, those sort of things. And you guys can be a part of that. If you guys type !question in the chat, it'll give you guys a Google form link, which you can fill out, and you can ask questions directly to us, the party members, either by name or as a cast, as a group. And we will be answering those questions on Tuesday on stream. So if you guys do want to be a part of that, just be sure to type !question in the chat. And before we get too deep into everything, let's go around the table. Questions? Anybody? Wow, rather quiet.
I'm saving them. I'm saving my shit up.
You're
I'm
saving?
trying to think.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I have anything though.
Chase?
No, I don't have nothing.
Icarus?
I feel like I shouldn't. I feel like I should.
You shouldn't. You feel like I'm baiting the question out of you right now.
I feel like I should save my questions because things have been getting more serious. So it's not like I could ask my one-off stupid dumb questions like what's your favorite dance?
What's your shoe size?
He's a sinner.
He's a sinner.
We do not talk about that.
Oh, we talk
I'm
about
always
it.
gonna talk
We're
about it.
putting it
Kay.
on
You're
a
not allowed to
shirt, do you
forget about
remember?
it. Yeah, that's the
What's
plan.
your shoe size?
I
Or
It was
better
a
yet,
size.
or better yet, we start creating our own thing to measure your shoe size that we, and then
No.
patent
No,
it
it's
and
definitely-
distribute it around a bunch of footwear stores, and it's just
I'm most definitely not presently creating a sticker.
ooh, that'll be awesome. I do need to see that. Excellent question. When is Chase gonna get a boyfriend? Well, I mean, Jackson, that's a very good question. When is
Reference
Chase
is
going to get a
single.
boyfriend?
Zazie is also single. Those are our current eligible bachelors.
Listen, I've been shipping Zazie and Chase from the beginning.
It's Ben Zazie. It will always be Zazie, whether or not he listen, he'll come around, okay? He'll come around eventually.
He'll go around.
don't worry.
Everett's gonna watch this back later and be like, fuck you guys.
You're like, shut your fucking mouths.
Oh, another point of announcement. Everett is not making it to tonight's session. He requests the day off. Life's kind of been hitting him a little hard the past week or so, so just get better soon, and yeah. Rest up and take a crack at it again next time. But last where we left off. You guys just finished fighting off some abyssal entity that took on a weird, distorted form of Gad, one of the separated patrons that had belonged to Icarus originally. Icarus had encountered this apparition when his light had gone out, and upon wandering deeper into the abyss to try to figure out what this was, it snatched him right up and almost killed him. But as you guys come down from that moment, a crater left in the creature's wake as Icarus called on the demonic powers of Rue within him and smote this thing right where it stood. The abyss, the more corporeal parts of the abyss hiss, screech, and withdraw, giving you a wide berth in the dark and ever-shifting mists as the silence leaves a slight ringing in your ears. What do we do?
Icarus, I don't know if anybody else wants.
We can't quite hear you, Kay.
80% of that.
You cut out.
Girl, we have this talk every time.
I know, it's a problem.
No, it's okay. I'm gonna just give you one of those, like, boom arms that attach to the side of your desk.
Oh, like one I have.
Nice. I don't know if anybody else wants to do something, but immediately, I think after Soren hugs him and he kind of just processes what the fuck just happened, Icarus is gonna want to talk to Rue really fast and, like, I don't think he's gonna go all the way in if he doesn't have to, but, like, yeah, he's gonna want to talk to the man's himself.
Well, I mean, Icarus is leaving the floor open. Does anybody have anything else they want to say? I will say, like, as you guys, like, the fights kind of dwindled, Ray's form kind of flashes a bit and shrinks down back to his original size. Chase, I would say you'd have a high enough passive knowledge of Ray, spending the time with him that you had, to know that he seems a little bit smaller than usual.
Oh no, little fox boy be shrinking.
And a lot of the markings on his body that would typically glow have all but ceased to.
Ooh. Question. Since Marin is, a wizard, can she tell at all, like, if his magic seems to be, like,
with
less,
all
like,
of the
potent
arcane
or
energies existing in this space, with you being surrounded by the abyss, it would be incredibly difficult to tell. It is certainly possible, but it would be difficult to parse through the raw arcana that surrounds the area to...
But, like, visually, would she have a hint that maybe that's...
I mean, visually, he looks absolutely
wrong
drained. Like, he looks drained,
so it's a pretty
and,
safe guess.
I mean, another word for it would be almost demoralized. You see him kind of, like, as he shrinks down that form and kind of falls the few feet to the ground, his front paws kind of almost, like, splay out in front of him upon impact, his body not prepared to sustain the weight of the fall, and, like, his body, like, crumples a little bit to the ground before he kind of, like, shuffles about and heaves himself back up.
Marin will make her way over to Ray, and she will very carefully kind of, like, pick him up and walk him over to Chase and Zazie.
Ray,
Nice.
like
Zazzy's a little speechless. I'll hold out my arm for.
I'll
be like,
speechless.
Yeah, he's a little
disassociating.
He accidentally
he's a
got caught in the
little right
blast
now.
of the pyrotechnics, and so he's just standing there, like,
Yeah, he's
watching the fireworks die out.
Just
It's
like,
just, like,
little
gone.
boy, you did such a good job.
Yeah, Marin, I do want to know, as you pick him up, I make a intelligence or perception check, your choice.
Oh, it's the same number regardless. Yippee. Ooh. It's a 10.
My dice apparently agrees with you today. It also rolled a 10. So you kind of, as you pick him up, he kind of lets out like a soft little, like, puff like high-pitched squeak noise as you pick him up. You're not quite expecting it as he's still trying to gather his bearings. But
A squeaky wheeze.
he feels about 20% lighter. And Chase,
We're talking about Ray, right?
Yeah, and as Ray is handed off to you, you also notice that difference.
Whoa, Ray, you're like 20% lighter, little dude.
I think maybe you should try and avoid doing too much from now on.
He nods. I would agree. Took a lot out of me. Case in point, this is dangerous. Try to avoid going into it if you can.
Yeah, you don't say.
Just as a polite point of caution.
Yeah.
Because sometimes us higher powers might not be around to get you out of it next time. And for what it's worth, Rue's help was definitely useful.
Shocking, if nothing else, but useful.
Not entirely shocking, just interesting that it took so long to come out.
Well, he didn't come out until I asked him. So.
Are you alright? Is everyone alright?
Well, is everybody alright?
Demacia is just gonna, she last episode was in the process of flinging the gross off of her. That is what she will be doing. And she's gonna look to Icarus. What were you thinking, going after him alone by yourself?
I didn't go after him. I was standing out here looking out, being watched while you guys were raiding a jewelry store. And as I was out here, all the lights went out. And next thing I knew, I saw Gad's hand, but I remember seeing Gad in a different place. So I asked Rue to help me look and see what that was, and he couldn't. So I just took a step closer. I wasn't even that far away from where I was before. And next thing I knew, he had grabbed me and dragged me away.
And you didn't think to call out for any of us?
I did. I tried. It happened so fast that I couldn't react. I did my best with what I could. I thought I could probably push myself away and then run back in, but it happened so quick I couldn't react.
If I may...
I'm sorry.
Let's not point fingers and call blame here. We do not need to be divisive in a place that's trying to separate us.
He has a point.
While correct, not the smartest decisions were made, we faced the results of those decisions together. Let's focus on that.
Well, another thing we need to focus on is what's going to happen the next time he sees a vision of Gad.
There's more than just visions of Gad here. What'll happen if you see Essen? Or if Soren sees her dad or her sister? We need to ask ourselves these questions. What are we going to do? What's going to happen when this occurs? Are we going to, in reckless abandon, charge in, believing the best and trying to prepare for the worst? Or are we going to be on guard, and if you guys are prepared for being on guard, to potentially call for some pretty tough decisions?
I think at the very least we need to not split up unless we're in groups.
I agree.
Even then,
that's exactly
we need
what
to
I'm
avoid
saying
that.
too. If anything like this happens again, we need to regroup.
Either regroup or not leave people alone. If we do keep watch, maybe having at minimum 2 or 3 people keeping watch. Leaving ourselves spread out too thin, even with 2, if one person gets distracted and dragged away, or if both lights go out, that's it. One could be dragged in while the other's still trying to get their light going. This place will eat you alive. In more ways than one.
I just want to plan for the future.
No, absolutely, I think you're right. It's just a matter of what is the plan. And
Just have to
sticking
make
to
sure
it.
that we don't turn on each other for any reason here.
Absolutely.
Absolutely not. But if something like this happens again, we need to know what we're doing in response. I think the first thing we need to do is regroup with everyone else.
If you can.
And like you see kind of like a little bit of a purplish black liquid kind of trickling from the corner of Ray's mouth.
Ray, what is that?
He kind of like flicks out his tongue a little bit and kind of laps it a little bit, the purplish black stinging against his dark fur. Just residual energies. I'll be fine. Just give me a moment's rest.
Do you need to go back? Do you want to rest?
I can't. The only way I'd be getting back is if you guys carried me out. And at that
I was
point,
gonna
we'd be
say
days
in my
behind.
soul, but
I wouldn't be able to completely dematerialize. If I completely dematerialized myself to solely exist in your mindscape, I wouldn't be able to reform in the physical. Unfortunately, that's out of the question.
Okay.
I appreciate the offer. Just need to rest.
Chase, keep him close. And keep an eye on him.
Aye, Cap.
I have a question for all of you, though. Did you not hear me when I let you know that I was going to go check on something?
No, we didn't hear anything.
No.
Mm-mm.
He kind of just like, he looks, like, not puzzled, but like, I definitely told you all, or I tried to at least, how I would normally in your heads. That's why I thought that you knew.
Magic has a hard time working in this space. Be careful not to rely on it too heavily, because sometimes it might not work.
What if we test it real quick before we go on? Figure out how far away his telepathy can reach.
His telepathy
What?
should be able to reach its normal range. It's whether or not the abyssal energies in the air decide to interfere.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If it interferes, is there a distance limit on that?
There's a
Is
thought.
there a certain point? Is it at a certain point that it stops working? How
How
far
far
away?
were you when you tried to reach out to us?
I don't know how far you guys were in there, but I was right outside the door. I didn't. If anything, I was like right leaning against it if it would be closed. And when I let you guys know that I would be keeping watch because I didn't have anything else I needed to do. That's again when the lights went out and I saw Gad's hand on the floor, and I don't know how far away you guys were, but I was standing in the same spot. I didn't feel obviously that I had my doubts, but I also didn't want to risk that if it was actually Gad. I didn't want to pass the opportunity if that was the case.
And that's
Didn't
what
you,
I...
Because
Yeah. That is something
Distance
to...
probably wasn't the problem.
No. I agree.
Not if he was that close.
I just do want to point out that's what I mean when we have to be careful and on guard and okay with making the hard decisions. For example, if you see, like, just Demacia as an example, you see Essen being swarmed on all sides like we did at Gad at the gate. You have to be okay with letting her go. even if
That's what I have to do.
because we don't know whether or not it is her. And we can't risk us getting killed for the chance that it might be when the probability of her not being here is more likely than the probability of her being here.
I know she's not. I know she wouldn't come. She
But
would only be here if we called. So as long as we don't call, I have nothing to worry about.
and that's what's but do keep in mind it'll be way more crafty and intelligent than we give it credit for. It used Gad because it laid the groundwork for Gad to potentially be here. Who knows, you may run into somebody from your past that you might never have expected to run in here. Your mind is completely open to the abyss here.
Emotions
it knows you.
are complicated.
Man,
While you may logically know that somebody shouldn't be here or couldn't be here, your heart doesn't.
The Abyss would make a great therapist if it wasn't so evil.
That is a good point.
You do have. There's some merit to what you say. Shall we continue on? Do we want to sit here and loot a while, or do we want to keep going?
We should
What else
probably
do they
keep
have
going.
there?
I think we should at least
Useful.
rest
We
a
need
little
to-
bit since someone almost died.
I'm pretty hurt, if I'm honest. I could use probably a health potion, that would be fine.
I've got
That's
a
what
couple
we kept you
healing
alive on
items.
last time. Let's call it a night. I think everybody's a little bit wounded, myself included.
Everybody needs to make sure that their lights are on, and we'll make a camp in the light.
We could possibly go look around a little bit more, see if there's anything else useful that we can find here.
Is there I mean, that is a point. Do we want a couple of people to go out and scout ahead, see what we might be getting ourselves into? Report back, don't engage.
I don't know if that's a good idea.
I feel like while people are hurt, we shouldn't be splitting up. We always have after a rest.
That's true.
I'm
Chase?
more than happy to after the injured get rest.
Thoughts?
Yeah, I think we should set up for the night, get some rest.
Good idea. He kind of like closes his eyes and kind of curls up against your shoulder.
Oh, my baby boy.
So cute.
Gosh. I hate feeling so useless. I can't even conjure light.
You're okay, Ray. You've done so much.
I'm a
You
target.
were a tremendous help in that fight.
I agree, but I'm supposed to be an asset, not a liability. Quickly, I'm finding that I'm turning into dead weight.
Not dead weight.
Just,
Anybody with your power is subject to be a target. We know that.
Yes, but you would typically expect that target to defend himself.
Look, we know your
We've defended
circumstances.
Marcus, though he was able and capable, we still managed to defend him as well. It is no burden to us.
Sorry, Marcus in Headspace is like, and killed me.
We
Sorry.
No, you're fine.
can't be at 100% all the time.
Just
And right now, with your limits, it's the same for you.
We can hold down the fort for the time being. No worries.
Be alright.
he just kind of nestles his head into kind of like just the crook of the curve of his back and just nestles down.
I have questions for someone, so I'll go, I guess, wherever we're camping. I'll just I'll rest there for now.
Say, since we've already cleared the jewelry shop, I say we hold up in there for the night.
I'm in agreement.
I agree.
That
Um,
works.
who's going to be setting up camp for the night?
I'll do it.
Chase.
I'll also help.
Survival check with advantage, please.
Oh, survival. He's not good at doing that. Oh,
Oh,
6?
wait.
You do have advantage.
You
What
have
does advantage mean?
So you roll 2 d20s and take the highest number.
Oh, cool. Well, it's between a 16 and a 4, so I'll do the 16. And survival is 6, so 22.
22. He goes
Also,
about...
the
yes.
main reason why I talked about setting up camp, because doesn't Bard stuff have stuff for rest?
You do have Song of Rest. That is, you do have Song of Rest. Let me pull that up real quick for you.
My Song of Rest is that go to sleep song from Shark Boy and Lava Girl.
Yes! I shut your mouth, dream a
Dream and get us out.
Dream, 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 dream.
I hate this. I hate this. I hate this. Chase.
Little bleep.
Ray better be real or else.
Yo, was that a cat? Oh, sorry. I have cat fever recently.
Cat. It is a cat.
I have a
Alcina.
cat. Actually, they're both mine, but
looking at your...
It's trash!
You do
it's
have...
my trash baby!
Where is it? You do have Song of Rest. If you are a friendly creature who can hear you, your performance regains hit points at the end of a short rest by expending... Oh, okay, so they Song of Rest just gives everybody an extra 1d6 hit points when completing a short rest. That's good. Performance, creation, font of inspiration, note of potential. Just refreshing my memory. What happened? I'm confused. What happened?
Continue, you're fine.
No. What happened? Don't leave me hanging.
I can't breathe. Ooh, just a little Chase McLace zinger. That's
He's just being a silly guy.
just a silly guy. Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out what being a silly guy means. I'm confused.
Don't
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Ah,
Yeah,
gosh,
yeah. Don't
okay,
worry.
fine.
don't
fine.
worry about it.
Don't worry.
So, bringing us back on topic. You go through and you begin preparing camp, grabbing some wood from kind of the scattered, disheveled containers to create a little bit of a campfire in the center of the stone floor, preparing yourselves for a long, potentially restless night of sleep. Icarus.
Yeah.
I would like everybody else to deafen, please.
Ooh,
Oh, what?
Ooh, yay.
Hey, wait a minute.
I will wave at you guys whenever it's time for you to come back.
Are you
Most
just
of them
gonna
already
wave the walking
deafened.
stick?
Oh yeah, I can just wave the talk. That'll work.
Roger.
You recede into the crevices of your mind, desiring answers. As you recede into your mind, there's a slight mist, very reminiscent of the abyssal kind that stands out before you, just lightly bleeding from the walls of your headspace.
I don't like that. That's not normal.
It is not normal. You are absolutely correct.
Is there anybody else there?
Other than myself? And maybe Rue. I'm not potentially sure. Talia apparates beside you. It's been happening for a couple of minutes now. Not too terribly long, but it's definitely a newer addition.
Is this because of the abyssal being that I know he tore into me a little, but I didn't think he'd reach that far.
Maybe. I'll be setting up some arcane wards, but you better convince Rue to make up real quick. Because once I set the ward up, he's gonna have to break it to get back in.
What do you mean?
Meaning he's going to have to exist like myself in your innermost circle, as it were. And Gad as well, I mean not Gad, Norm as well, if you can find him.
Well, I don't feel like Norm will have a problem with that. I think he's very willing if you're here and if that's what he needs to do.
I'm just worried that the constant exposure to the abyss is deteriorating your psychic defenses.
Well, I will admit I do feel a bit different, but I don't think I could really control that.
That's why I'm gonna do the best I can to shore up defenses here. But I can only do so much. Just letting you know.
Tolia,
Yes.
if Rue does end up coming here, are you willing to, I guess, to coexist, I guess, with him for a bit until we're out?
If I recall, I wasn't the one who had issue with him coexisting.
Did you have any involvement in his reasons for hating God so much?
I don't know his side of the story, so I couldn't tell you what he would say. From my perspective, no, I wasn't. He might say something different.
Was Norm that you know of?
Norm and I existed in completely different circles at that time. In fact, I think Norm was still alive.
That's crazy. That's out of character. That's kind of crazy. Oh wow. Okay. Cool. I'll go. Then I'll talk with him.
Be careful.
See if I can get through to him. And if not, even if he says that he can't or he won't, I would appreciate it if you did put those up. That would be okay. At least until we leave Dhim Dular.
I will have that done.
Kind of hugs Talia for a second.
She doesn't quite. She's still not used to it, but she returns the hug.
You gotta start getting used to it, Talia. Now that I don't have here
There's only
as
one
often.
person in my life, well, two people in my life who have ever been so forward about hugging me, and that's my wife and my mother.
Well, add a third person, because that one's me.
I'm doing my best. It's not something I'm used to. It's not something that I'm used to.
You're doing great so far, don't worry. He says that as he's walking or like heading towards Rue.
Awesome.
His presence. As he does, he's gonna kind of just approach, I guess, Rue's, or try to reach out to Rue's presence.
You reach
with
out to
a
Rue.
calm aura, like just.
You reach out to
no
Rue,
big...
and just like the first time you reached out to him, and stepping in here, you connect with him rather quickly.
Hey, Ruth.
So, what did you think?
Well, it was something, for sure.
It was great, wasn't it?
Um, it was
With
big.
might like that, the Abyss will never stand a chance against us. That's what I have to say.
I guess you're right. I do have, I guess, just a small request.
Request.
Yes. I can understand how my words could have been misinterpreted. Um, maybe if we could like come up with a certain phrase, or something that would make it clear that both parties are consenting to take over the body.
Oh, so you weren't like giving me permission to.
I was more. It was more of a question. I should have worded it better. That was on me. It was more of a question. Just because we still are getting to know each other a bit, so it's. But I do appreciate all the help that you did give, and it was a huge, huge help. Without you, I think all of us probably wouldn't have survived with less injury as we did.
I don't quite know how to feel about all of this, but I will certainly do my best to ask more questions.
I appreciate that. Maybe like it could be a phrase of, I don't know, like "Go get him, Rue," or
You hear him. You see him kind of like blink blankly, and almost kind of a look of secondhand embarrassment crosses over his face, but he quickly masks it well. It's just barely on your radar. You didn't catch it.
Was it that bad?
Maybe a bit on the nose.
Okay.
I'm sure we'll come up with something.
Yeah,
We'll
we
workshop it.
could.
We'll workshop it.
Yes. I mean, I I guess I was more afraid of you taking over completely. Again, I wouldn't have control again, which is why I've been so hesitant. Um, and that doesn't mean that I have my guard down. It's still up. But, that is to say that you did prove yourself at least a little in some kind of way.
Glad that I could make myself at least somewhat useful.
So, I don't know if it'll be more often, but at least while we're here, I could use your help since Norm is away. And Tolia's working hard, and Ray's not in a good place.
Oh, what happened to Ray?
It's a long story. Something we don't have to get into.
We do have nothing but time.
I mean, we do. However, the same way that I wouldn't. I know you don't want me talking about you to the gods. I guess, is vice versa. I like to, you know, not cross boundaries and share this, I guess, business in some way.
That would make sense. I mean, whenever you're trying to distance yourself from something that you've done, cutting ties seems the most reasonable option, wouldn't you agree?
Cutting ties?
Well, it's a story for another time.
You did that on purpose, didn't you?
I did do that on purpose. but I also partially mean it. Ray and I do not have the most pleasant of history, as I'm sure I've dictated to you before. Though
You have.
well, I guess me asking after his health was me being a bit facetious. I apologize.
You're okay.
It's a little bit amusing that little fox has gone off and gotten himself into trouble again just for people to have to pull him out of it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we are there to support him as well, the same way he supported us. I mean, I probably wouldn't be alive this long to even have met you, honestly, if it weren't for him.
Yes,
So.
and I do appreciate that he's at least trying to make up for what he did. Or, more precisely, didn't do. But it takes more than one right to fix a wrong. I believe, according to a philosopher, it was 11? But that number seems a bit arbitrary to me. Regardless, I imagine you have some resting to do yet.
Well, I was mainly gonna just double check. Would you be willing to help me, at least while we're here, while Norm is away?
When have I ever been against helping you, Icarus? Name one instance.
Well, there was, 4 when you were trying to take over my body initially after Marcus. Before we were on talking terms.
That is true. But, water under the bridge and all that.
Yes. So I want to make sure, though, just because there might be something you would have to do that you might not like in order to fulfill that.
I do not like where you're leading with this.
And I promise I'm not forcing you to do it. If you don't want to, that is totally okay. You might not have access, I guess, to me for a while until we leave, but that's only if you don't agree, which is very valid because of what you had gone through. I wouldn't force you to do anything you don't want to do. However, apparently that abyssal being did do more of a number on me than I was expecting. So the mind space / soul space that we're in is kind of not as safe of a place as it used to be. And it could get worse if we just let it be.
So
Tolia did decide to help, but in order to do that, you would have to kind of be in the same realm as they are for the time being.
Ooh, that does put me in a right difficult spot now, doesn't it?
Which is why, again, I'm not going to force you, because I know...
I wouldn't let you.
Of course, I know. But I made a promise to Norm, and I intend to keep that promise, so I told Tolia that whatever happens, that to do it, because I don't want to lose myself so fast. After all, we just got here.
I completely understand. I think I'll sit this one out. but not without offering you something. He reaches into the crook of his arm and, muttering a couple of words under his breath, he pulls out a scroll and hands it over to you. You have in the palm of your hand one of the most powerful things that any mortal can channel for their individual. I'm not going to tell you exactly what it is, because that would spoil the whole point of the surprise. But in your deepest, darkest moment, where you think it couldn't possibly get any darker, use it. And it will be just what you need in your final hour.
Is it? Is this a trick?
Why would it be a trick?
Well, this is a perfect opportunity for you to trick me.
What, do you think the second you cast the spell is gonna bind you to a contract to me like it did with Gaddon Norm? Please. I may be a little bit underhanded at times, but I have some class.
Well, I guess that wouldn't be the worst thing, at least with the pact, there are rules.
But in which person's favor? That is the thing to think of. And maybe you should do some reading through your own contract with your patrons. Just really set the tone for what's in it for them versus what's in it for you. Not trying to throw any doubt, just think of it like a lawyer advising his client. I just want you to be.
How do you know it? I don't.
I don't know. That is not available for my eyes. Just, I know how contracts go. I've written and signed a number of them myself. Just be careful. You may be signing off your future in larger shares than you believe to be.
Well, I was prepared for that when I was chosen as the champion.
Were you prepared for that?
I was. I think I still am. Still, I would give my life to help Gaddon Norm in any way.
Would it surprise you if I told you that you aren't the champion that you think you are? Or more precisely, you're not a champion for the same thing you think you
are. I know that I'm a champion to be their vessel, their host.
That's not what being the champion means. Being the champion granted you their powers, yes. But what were you a champion for? Your patrons? They certainly don't need it. Who are you a champion for, Icarus? Look at it. Unfortunately, he looks down and you see kind of a band of segmented gold with a circular platform. You haven't quite seen a contraption like it before, but he looks at it. Unfortunately, I'm running out of time. Next time you stop by Essen, tell her why she's taken it all from me, would you?
That she's taken it all from you.
I'm just joking. She's the goddess of time, you know, she controls how much time everybody has. I'm running out of it, so she's not giving me enough, but I'm trying to be funny and it's not working. Anyways, go off, have fun. Do whatever you need to do in the abyss or whatever.
I'll be able to call you if we do need help again.
You'll be able to. Just might take a bit longer. And a bit more disruptive than you think. I have to break through some pretty powerful barriers. The goddess of magic doesn't conjure some papier-mâché bullshit. It is real stuff.
Yes. Okay. Well then, I guess I'll see you eventually. Soon.
Whenever the floor's open to me again. Very well. I'm glad what little good I could do was at least enough to get you coming back.
Yeah. Yeah.
And with that, he's gone.
Icarus stares at the scroll. Is there writing on it?
There is writing.
Can I read it?
What language?
Because I can't read all writing.
Oh, you can.
I can read all writing.
It's spell runes.
But that's writing, right?
The way that spell runes work, it's not like it's not like you're reading an incantation and boom. It's arcane sigildry. It is. You could parse together what different symbols of it mean.
Can I do that?
There is, I mean, the best way to simplify it is with your limited knowledge of the arcane. Everything, everywhere, all at once.
Everything, everywhere, all at once.
Correct.
Oh, fuck. Oh no. I don't like that.
That's just what you can gauge. Like, that's not the words that you get. There are more specific words, but that's general. Basically, you have the ability to call in something, anything, from any point in the globe, at any point in time, either forward or backward, either this version of the world, previous versions of the world, future versions of the world, whatever the case may be. I'm trying to find a way to describe this without giving away what it is. Like, that is the simplest version I can give you is everything, everywhere, all at once. It more precisely, it has the potential.
I understand.
It has the potential.
I think I understand. At least a little bit. Icarus, is this like a physical scroll too that I can have like outside
You don't
my
know.
body, or okay, cool. So we're gonna figure that out when I come to. Before he goes back to Talia, Icarus is gonna just try to reach out to Norm, just to see how close he is.
Make
in
a
way.
percentile check for me, please.
Oh, I just baby dice. Oh, 0 and a 20. I don't know what that.
So it's 20. You reach out. No response.
Seems far.
Far is a word for it.
Shit. I don't. What am I gonna do? This is all I can do, and now I'm just stuck with one person. I used to have so many options, and now I'm here. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. So he's gonna go back to Talia.
You go back to talk.
Kind of. He seems a little bit defeated, but at the same time, just like Yeah, just defeated's really the word. Just dragging his feet a little, with like a small sigh. He kind of looks sad, but at the same time, more like his eyebrows are a little furrowed.
He's thinking.
Yeah, practically.
Well,
Hmm.
I will begin working on sealing it off, considering he didn't come with you.
No. Yeah, that was
Neither
too
of
much.
them did. That's... Give me a moment.
This might.
I'm back. Sorry, I just had to tell somebody to make the next few days a bit more available.
Who?
I work for the college. I have secretaries.
Oh, I guess. Yeah, I guess you're right. This. Well, I guess since you do work at the college, you might know. This might be a weird question, and you probably don't know the answer, but have you heard of a prophecy for a champion that could hold multiple souls?
Faintly. I know where you're from. There's a prophecy surrounding that, but everyone at the college believed it to be more a local legend.
Do you remember what the prophecy said about being the champion?
Just said that you were the champion. I don't think it was very specific about what another reason why we believed it to be more of a bit of local folklore, not something concrete.
And yet here I am.
Indeed.
Rue did say something that seems to be bothering me.
Maybe you need some room to think. As much as I would love to sit here and provide you with the answer, Chris, you are your own person.
I understand. It's more. I guess more people have more information since I don't. I still don't know much of the world. I simply know what people have told me. So I understood the prophecy as being the chosen one because I had the capacity to hold more than one soul. But apparently that might not be the case.
I could see those powers being the reason you are named the champion. But that is not the reason why, if that makes sense. It's not what you're defending. The powers that you were given charge over was not yours to defend, but rather yours to utilize to be the champion of whatever you're supposed to be a champion for.
And with you telling me that, I know exactly who to ask. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
And thank you for helping protect my mind and my psyche, I guess.
She kind of smiles and thrusts her foot forward, kind of stomping it against the ground, and there's this ripple of arcane runes just kind of emanating across the space, and you see this intricate webwork of runes in spellcraft. They don't call me an architect arcane for nothing.
That is true.
Show up the princess here. And one quick note of warning. I have every confidence that I'll be okay. Nisamin is under siege.
Nisamin?
The city that I preside over in Arboretum.
Where the tower is.
That is correct.
Oh, fuck.
I haven't heard from Reese or Marcus in days. My communication relays have been siphoned, it would seem. Just do keep that in mind. You do want to explore what you can, but don't spend weeks down here. We need you all back as soon as you can get back.
I guess I'll share with party.
Brilliant. Now, be off about it.
Understood. Thank you again.
Of course.
And yeah, I think he's good.
Hello.
Hello.
I do have a question. If when I open my eyes, do I have the thing in my hands or no?
What thing? Hey.
Yeah, let's call everybody back. Let's call everybody back.
I should have asked before. I just need to know.
Come hither. Come hither.
Jackson.
Come hither.
Jackson.
Would somebody mind
Boy.
adding Jackson for me in the chat?
Jackie boy.
Hello, someone.
He's deafened, so if somebody wouldn't mind adding him,
I got it.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh.
Welcome back to the land of the
Jackie
living.
boy.
The one time I get one of those ADHD simulation things of like squares bouncing inside of other squares.
Yes.
You guys come back. I've been eyeballing Discord for the last 45 minutes. Like, is it time?
I'm
Is it
sorry.
on?
I'm sorry. That was a little
Sorry.
bit of a long discussion, but yes.
Wait,
I
was
to
it
didn't
really
get to
answer,
that
45
one.
minutes?
I don't know.
I was
ADHD
I'm sorry if
timeline
it was.
felt like 2 hours.
I do want to say that you did the scroll that was bequeathed unto you is in your possession.
So it is physically in my hand.
It is physically in your hands, yes.
Oh shit. Okay. So
And
I think
everybody
it
else
was-
notices just before his eyes flicker open, there's a kind of a flash of fire and the sound of like paper being burned, sped up by 2, and then played backwards.
Does it reveal like a death
Oh.
message?
And there's a scroll in his hands.
Oh shit. Okay.
A
I
letter
think
from Princess Celestia.
Going to that, be like, what is that?
Truly. I know,
Go
right?
to and come back with?
I think Icarus, before he went, he just sat against like the back wall of the jewelry store and kind of just like zoned out by it. I don't know if Soren was with him, but
Yeah.
He was doing the same thing that Chase was doing earlier, like squares inside of squares, just
yeah, pretty
Where's
much
inside of
disassociating. As soon as he comes back to, I think he's gonna notice the scroll and immediately like put it away.
everybody else is aware of the scroll, just letting you know.
I don't think he knows
I
that yet
know,
because he
but
just
just
came back.
everybody, more so for everybody
Are
else.
you gonna
What
hello?
was
Are you gonna
that?
share with the class? What is that?
So there's a lot to update. As a side note, from my, I guess, mental well-being, Nisamin is under attack now. And so also Tolia said that she hasn't heard back from Reese or Marcus in the last few days. I think, if not weeks.
What?
So there's that. So she said that we should hurry up and get what we need to get done here as soon as possible. Not to spend too long because they need us there.
Well, not that we want to spend too
as-
long here anyways.
Yeah, I don't think any of us are here, willingly.
You know, because this is just the most peachy time.
I got a question that I'm a little scared of asking.
Mhm.
What are we doing here?
Jackson really said, "I'm so scared of getting so much explained to me that I'm just gonna like."
So,
Zone
so what you
out.
guys
Like
are,
me too, Jackson.
so what you guys are trying to find here is the Council of Crowns. It was detailed in a prophecy that Zazie saw. Oh gosh, almost a year ago at this
Oh,
point.
Oh my god.
That not year in game, year IRL.
I know.
That
Yeah.
he there basically was leading him to Dhim Dular, to the Council of Crowns, and that he had he got caught in an
He
abyssal
ran
trance
away.
and
He
ran away.
Ran like a little
seeking
bitch.
Dhim Dular. And now they are wanting to go kind of explore the Council of Crowns there, because just so you're aware about the little bit of lore surrounding Council of Crowns,
Okay.
it was the place where the gods came together and created this place.
The name is very fitting, to be honest. Yeah. So yeah, dead ass. I thought we were gonna like jump into a hole and like go kill God or something and be done with the run. I thought this was
No.
like in-game territory here, so I was like, "All right, let's go. It's you and
Oh,
me,
yeah.
God."
No, well,
You
there
and me,
you guys
God.
will encounter a couple of fallen gods, but we'll get to that at some point.
I've already encountered one, and he gave me a sword, and I call him Daddy.
But that one's your
I
father.
call him Daddy.
I think more appropriately, you call him father, dad, papa, even.
Papa, even.
And
I don't know
Daddy,
about
Daddy
Daddy.
is in there.
I
Daddy
don't know
was
about
in there.
Daddy.
Daddy was in there. I do
Dragon
distinctly.
Daddy.
That is-
Dragon Daddy.
Actually, I
I
think
mean,
that
every
is
time we get
verbatim
him-
what he has called him before.
You're
Oh, I
gone.
thought it was Daddy Dragon.
You know,
but yeah.
Josh, do I get a sanity counter in the layout at some point?
Repeat that?
Do I get a sanity counter on the stream layout at some point myself?
Oh, that'd be funny. Like, yeah, just putting like a little insanity.
Every time Coda just pretends to bash
Coda's
their head against
insanity.
their mic, they get an insanity point.
Well, no, what would be fun is it's like a thermometer, like a temperature gauge on the bottom of the. That'd be awesome. I need to think about that. That'd be awesome. But getting back.
Just get one of those.
My patience.
Get one of those art watches.
So, but
So-
yes, that was one of the reasons. Another one of the reasons is there are a few characters who feel drawn to this place. Soren and Icarus being two of the people. Demacia has some connections to this place in some visions of hers that she's had.
Vel used to. And
Ray is kind of a byproduct of that. So there's stuff that you get to explore with Ray down in this place as well.
Ooh.
Yeah, there's a lot of things to find down here. It is just whether or not you guys.
So
Look in the right
is
places.
where we're going like deep underground? Because you would think if
Council-
it was a council of gods, it'd be like an Olympus style fucking thing, like you'd see in Hercules,
Well,
Disney.
so the world has been rebuilt a number of times.
Oh, they paved over it. I see.
Exactly. So there is the city of
They
Dhim
erased their
Dular
Minecraft
that you guys are
creative
exploring
world.
through right now. Then out the bottom of that, you go into the old city of Dorladoir, which
Old New York.
basically is the old capital of the Dwarven Empire during the first abyssal invasion before it was completely wiped out and destroyed and then built on top of. And then below that, after you go through the tiers of the city of Dorladoir, you then reach the Council of Crowns. Think of it as the Council of Crowns would be at the core or center of the earth, and around the council they built outward. If that makes any sense whatsoever. So, what other news do we have from the Beyond, Icarus?
So yeah, that was something Tolia told me to tell you all. I thought that was more important. In other news, I think our fight from earlier might have affected me more than I was anticipating.
What do you mean by that?
Explain.
as he kind of looks away as he like hugs himself a little. Um so there seems to be some abyssal fog in my soul space, which could possibly mean that it could have been my paralysis during a fight, or even just contact. They could have, I guess, embedded itself into my soul in some sort of way. Which isn't good. I can definitely say I don't feel the same as when we first arrived. However, Tolia is doing her magic, I guess, to keep things where they are at so that they don't progress.
So you're infected? Is essentially what you're telling us.
I mean, I guess, I don't know if infected sounds a little harsh. If you, I mean,
Is there a way to remove it?
if someone probably, I don't know. If someone has like a remove curse spell, maybe, but all I know is that I'm still conscious. I still feel the same as when we entered. It shouldn't get worse. Infected's a funny phrase. I'm sorry.
Zombie apocalypse style.
I know, right? I'm just like, but also that means that anybody who isn't in the immediate headspace will need to kind of break through Tolia's magic in order to get there. Which includes Norm and Rue. So, I talked with both, or I tried to at least. And, I probably won't be as much use as usual because the only person now really in my headspace is Tolia.
Well, I have
So,
a question. If whatever Talia's currently doing doesn't last, or something happens and it stops, what's the plan from there?
that is a good question. I mean, I would, I guess, ask that we don't stay here as longer than we have to. Just get what we need to do done. Because the less time you spend in the abyss, the less likely it is to corrupt you, I guess. But even then, there might be hope. After all, Zelzy was corrupted by the abyss, and he's still in our party this whole time. Same with Vel, for a short while.
Well, I have a question. What exactly are we looking for here? I know we're here to find the Council of Crowns. What exactly are we trying to retrieve from it? Do we know?
There's understanding. Maybe some
Sorry, you cut out.
more
Yeah.
understanding. I don't know. You know?
Well, just as the DM, bequeathing unto the party members to hopefully jog your memories.
Please do.
What?
Please do.
Please.
So, you guys. How do I describe this? So, there are many things that you are there. There are things that you are or you are specifically find like physical, tangible things, but a lot of the things that you're looking to find are intangible. The Council of Crowns was alluded to in the prophecies that Zazie had in conjunction with rumors of prophecy from Arya that you guys are going to uncover here, depending on where you go. That is information that you guys wanted to at least have in your arsenal. Another thing that you guys are going to go acquire while you were here is the
Arya's life.
Arya's life.
maybe not. We'll see. She might not deem you ready enough, and she might leave again.
She fucking better not.
I mean, would you
Couple
stop?
hands.
Would you be able to stop her? Regardless, we'll find out next episode. No,
No.
Next time on Dragon Ball Z.
but you're also looking for as I mentioned earlier, the kind of same mineral that forged the earrings that Vel and Ray wore. Basically, it is labeled to be something akin to the heart of a star, essentially. That has really powerful qualities, and is supposedly what a lot of that at metal and residuum, those three elements seem to make up a lot of the celestial fractures that you'll find around the world of Kaltrana. The celestial fractures being the pieces of Ray's soul that have been forged into physical objects. In a previous campaign of mine, somebody believed that the shards belonged to a different god and wanted to bring all of the pieces of it together to reforge the god and bring the god back that way. That was an interesting thought. Just something to think about. It was interesting.
We're looking for some of those pieces here. We're looking for information on Arya and potentially fighting Arya, as well as
Council of the Crown information.
yes.
And
so it's mostly information that we're after.
Mostly.
I couldn't remember if there's a specific item that we were supposed to get.
Well, like I said, the heart of the star is one of the items that you're trying to find. As for other things, I know of things I will just kind of convey to you since Vel won't really have much use of them. Because he did exist, he was alive back during the first Abyssal invasion and actively participated in it. His weapons from that era are also present to be found in there if anybody wants to find them. And he wanted to look for his airship.
That might be useful.
Start raining down on those hoes.
And
sounds
I will say, you guys were analyzing the map earlier, like this was ages ago, maybe about 5-6 months ago in game, not in game, IRL. When you guys were, looking at the pocket watch and the map on the wall, you guys also noticed that there were some celestial fractures in Dhim Dular itself. So whether or not you guys are able to find them is another thing, but you do know that there are some really powerful items here that could also be uncovered.
That might help us too. Celestials, beings of light, anyway.
I mean, the celestial fractures are literal shards of Ray's soul.
Yeah. Then we keep it safe. But I guess, I don't know, Icarus will, I guess, convey that. But that's all I really have to share. Everything that happened, I just...
What?
Rue didn't...
Are you forgetting the scroll that mysteriously apparated into your hands?
Yeah,
The one that all of us
still
saw.
wondering about that.
Who's saying that?
Ray.
Oh, shit. So he kind of like scrunches his nose like,
You intend to share with the class or not?
You'd better at
See?
least share with me.
I would share what it does. However, I do not know what it does.
What's
So
it
there's
about?
not really much to share about it.
Can I
Is it
roll
a
a
magic
deception
scroll?
Yeah,
roll a
I
deception
don't
check?
believe him
I want to roll
whatsoever.
a deception check.
As do I.
Damn.
Repeat. So I just want
Right.
to clarify for me because I zoned out for a minute. What exactly did you say?
I said that I don't know what it says or what it.
Make a deception check.
Oh.
You do know what it says. You don't know what it does.
Okay. That's what I
Is
was
it a
trying to say.
magic scroll?
I don't know what
I
it
still
does.
want to roll a deception check.
Yeah,
It makes you
insight.
I want to roll
Insight.
insight, yeah.
No, 2 insight checks
Insight?
from you and Chase. Considering the way it appeared, you would assume it's magical.
Because I mean, if they truly don't know what it do be doing, we do have ways of knowing how it do be.
That is
I
true.
got
He
a
does have an
21.
identify spell. That is true.
24.
That might be helpful. I got a
24.
21.
21.
24.
You
Oh.
both know that he in
Just 2
Icarus
sets of
fashion,
daggers.
you can understand Icarus well enough to know that what he said and what he meant didn't quite line up, but that's pretty normal for Icarus fashion. He tried to convey that he didn't know what it did. He does know what it says, but in his mind, he doesn't understand. It doesn't give any clearer image or idea of what it does.
So, did somebody send it to you? Give it to you? That's what I'd like to know.
Do I have to say it? Can
Yes.
Yes.
Do you want to see what happens if you don't?
Yeah!
I? I promise it's not for anything bad that I know of.
What are you hiding?
That's not a strong start.
What are you
I
hiding,
just
Icarus?
I'm not trying to hide anything, I swear. I know how you guys feel about a certain person, and I don't want to cause you guys to worry more than you already have.
Well, this whole conversation is starting off real worrying. What
yeah.
did Rue say?
Okay.
The more you hide it, the more suspicious it seems.
I'm not trying to
I-
hide it, I swear. And he looks you guys in the eyes. I promise I'm not trying to hide anything. I talked to Rue, and in order for him be accessible, since he really is the only other person I have left right now, he would have to be in the same mind space as the other gods. He didn't like that idea, which is, understandable for him. And so he kind of going to be out of reach for a while, or at least it will be a lot harder to reach him. So if we need help like we did not even a little while ago, it will be harder to get to him. However, he did give me the scroll that he said that if I'm kind of paraphrasing, if I'm more at my wit's end and I don't know what else to do, to reach into the darkest depths of what I can imagine and then chant what's on the scroll. Not saying I'm going to use it, but it is an option because I can't get to him.
Because of your insight checks earlier, I will rephrase
Thank
what
you.
Icarus said.
Thank you.
If you are, what he basically told Icarus is that if you're in essentially your darkest hour, where
That's
the seconds ahead may be your last, use the scroll. And it will be a light to you to illuminate that moment. bringing light to a dark situation.
So that's the scroll he gave me. Again, I know how you feel about him. That's why I don't want you guys to worry more than you have to. He did help us. And he, I don't think he's as terrible, I guess, to compromise with as you all might seem to think.
Chris, I adore you. You know this.
I don't think I like the words that you say next.
You can also be a little too willing to trust people.
You're too naive,
And
Icarus.
somebody. It's basically translating her kind words
I know.
into real words.
It's basically
You're
the translator behind
getting the
Thor and
soft,
Sugarcoating it into
naive.
you're
things,
getting the
getting
soft
upset.
spoon-fed version, and then you're getting the norm
The blunt
version of
version.
"Stop being so
Yeah.
codependent." Bah.
Yeah.
I just think that he could have hidden agendas that don't have your best interest in heart, or any of ours, or anybody's at all.
To put it frankly, that stunt that he pulled, letting you transform right then and there and killing him, could easily just be a way that he is showing his cards to you so that you'll trust him. That is all that is. We have no idea what his agendas are. We have no idea what he's wanting.
You're right. I guess. I guess I feel differently because he is me. It's not like he's a one-off god. He's quite literally a part of my soul. And I can understand your distrust. And I can understand that all the mistakes I've made before, especially since the beginning, can cause distrust in my decision. I guess it's more of he hasn't given me a reason to distrust him fully. Not saying he's given me a reason to trust him fully. I'm
But you trust him enough.
To put yourself and all of us at risk.
I don't have much of a choice right now. Tolia's fighting out in the front lines, technically. She's doing a lot right now, so it's not like she's available 24/7. Norm is gone. Gad is gone. Ray right now is with us, but he's weak. That is all I have.
Icarus, you are strong on your own. You
Exactly.
do not need all of these gods. You are strong on your own. And you can't keep depending on them. What are you going to do when they're not there? Like right now. You're gonna call on Rue, the one that we can't trust the most? What are we gonna do? You are strong on your own.
I am simply doing what I know how to do. What I've always known how to do. I'm doing my best, and I think I've grown since the beginning.
Yes, you have.
I have a lot to learn, I will admit. But at the same time, I also want to be confident in my decision to trust others.
Look, I would love to think that he's trustworthy. And if it was anybody else
Thorin,
or any...
Ray speaks up. This is enough. He gets the point. We all do not approve. Well, I wouldn't say we all. Some are more approving than others. But
Just saying that I would agree that he should trust people, but not
to the same
this one.
I tell this to you now, in all honesty. I will do my best on my own. I will fight on my own, and I will try to find myself on my own. However, that does not mean I will not rely on those that I have always known to rely on. And I wish you would not discredit me, at least that much. Because I know I could be dumb sometimes and I can make big mistakes. But the fact that there seems to be so little trust in my decision, I think that hurts the most.
Chris, I can trust you in every other decision you make.
I think as he says that, he's gonna kind of not walk away, obviously, but definitely kind of just
Kind of like case close the
look
conversation.
away.
Yeah.
Yeah, like look away, kind of just like not really looking at anyone.
I think that's enough for today. We do need to trust each other, especially in a place like this. While we can sometimes question the logic behind a decision, sometimes it is best to let a person make their own decision.
Don't get it twisted. I support him in whatever he decides to do.
However,
Icarus is strong, as I have mentioned.
yes,
But if we're gonna make it through this alive,
if we're going to make this through this alive, we all need to trust each other. And we all need to allow each other to make the decisions that they believe would get us closer to the finish line. We can counsel each other, but only if they ask for counsel. If, say for example, Icarus comes to you, Soren, and asks, "Oh, I'm about to do this really crazy thing, do you think I should do it?" Then criticism and critique are valid. After a decision has been made, telling somebody they made the wrong decision is disheartening and discrediting, saying, "We do not trust your decision making."
That's not inherently what
I
I'm
know that's
trying
not
to
what you
convey.
meant or what you're trying to convey. We are all underneath a lot of pressure here, I do understand. But
I'm simply
Icarus,
asking that Icarus thinks more about what he does. That is all I am asking. I love and care for each of you dearly, and I do not want to lose any of you.
I'm not doubting the fact that that is the case. And while I appreciate the fact that you are encouraging him to make careful, well thought out decisions, last I checked, he was an adult, even though he doesn't always choose to act like one.
Damn.
Woo!
He,
Um,
he is perfectly capable of making intelligent decisions, even ones that we may feel, especially you, given your background, are more naive.
Soren is gonna like inch closer to him, kind of put a hand out for him.
And now, in truth, and just to play a little bit of devil's advocate, do you guys know much about me? Or who I am? Or what side I'm on? Or what I stand for?
On my shoulders.
There's a
He
difference
nips
in
a little at your ear. Not being facetious.
right. You have to look at it this way. What you naturally bring is life and creation.
And what does he bring? Do you even know?
From what we've seen,
A lot of death, a lot of chaos.
destruction.
Death and destruction.
I will say you do need death and destruction
He is the
to
reason
create
Marcus
anew,
died in the first place.
but you've shown us through your actions that you only have best intentions, the best of intentions.
And
Rue has not done that for us.
neither have some of you. I will be frank, all of you are doing some parts of this for selfish reasons and intentions. That is just human nature, that is normal. Emphasis on the word some of you.
I'd like to know who you're referencing.
Zazie. There's a little bit of in it for Demacia, a little bit in it for Icarus, a little bit in it for Soren, a little bit in it for Marin. Because at the end of the day, that's the whole reason why you're doing this. Demacia wants her future with her wife. Understandable. Soren wants to avenge her father and solidify her place, her future for herself and potentially for Icarus. Icarus wants to know and understand and fully realize who he is. Marin wants to find her wife and create a future where they don't have to go through all of this again. Each of you are doing this for your own reason. Does that mean that you guys are all not supporting each other? Far from it. It just does beg the question, when does your desire overrule everyone else's? When does your wants, say for example, Essence dying? There's only one way to get her out, to save her, to keep her alive. And that is to take her and run away as fast as you can, but in doing so would leave the rest of your party behind. What decision would you make, Demacia?
Repeat it for me again. Just so
Essence dying. The only way to save her is if you grab her and dimension door away, getting her to escape combat and doing what little you can to stabilize her injuries and prevent her from fully passing into the next world. Upon doing so, you are your friend's only way out. So what would it be? Would you trust your friends would be fine on their own? Leave them to their own devices while you saved the love of your life, the one thing that you're doing all of this for, to create a future and a life where the two of you can be happy for the rest of time? Or will you stay with your friends, ensuring that no one else dies, but letting go of the one thing you care about most? These are hard questions, and I'm not expecting an answer. But everybody has to inevitably confront the fact that everybody has lines, boundaries, that they will or won't cross, depending on the situation.
But none of that adds up to what Rue is capable of, and has done.
What has he done?
Killed her own party member, for starters.
Was that him? Do we know that was him? Or is he just the scapegoat?
What are you saying? It's Icarus? Who else would it be? What
People?
sense would that make?
Demacia.
Rue is also, as
Demacia,
far
have
as
you
I'm
ever heard
aware,
of the
Rue has
term
admitted-
blind rage? Have you ever heard of that?
I'm familiar.
In fact, I believe you've experienced it a number of times yourself on the streets of Ilvasar, where a person is so consumed by their anger that they are unable to tell friend from foe, and they just lash out because that's all they feel like they can do. When the death of somebody you've considered as a father, on top of the constant taunting and prodding, stabs being given by someone who took that person away from you, the constant diversion and separation one feels from being surrounded by on all sides by things that want to destroy it, you think something underneath that kind of pressure would eventually succumb to the fact that they don't feel like they can do anything and just want to feel like they can do something. Now, am I blaming Icarus or saying that he did this? No.
I think the only one who can answer your question is Icarus.
Exactly.
Besides
However,
the point.
I think if it was him, I think Icarus would have been the last person to put blame on Rue or let everyone else blame him for it. Obviously,
As
he
far as
cares
I'm
about
aware,
him and wants
Icarus
to
has
trust
confirmed
him.
it's him anyway, so what's your point?
So, my point
Unless you're
is.
intending to say Icarus lied.
Maybe you can ask. Just
Oh no,
saying it right here.
when she says unless you're intending to say Icarus lied, she side eyes
She's trying to
Icarus.
get Icarus to stand up for himself. Is what
Yes.
what she's trying to do. Icarus is waiting for an invitation for a question to be asked of him. So there's going to be an impasse.
Icarus. Would you like to state your case?
Hello.
There
Hello.
you are. Wait, nope.
God damn, I said like 3 times.
I know. I saw you like start and stop several times.
Back to what I was saying. About what exactly?
The incident with Marcus in particular.
The question they are wondering, was it you or was it him? Or
Or
what
was it
I
a
believe
combination?
what I believe to be is a combination of the two. You reached out for a power to make you feel like you could do something. In a fit full of rage, when you were confronted with the fact that you might lose Norm. Icarus, I know the truth, and I think you do as well.
Originally, I thought, surely, when I awoke, surely he'd be okay. All I remember was watching, really. From all my experiences before, with my lack of experience in combat and my emotions, they would take over. It wouldn't be me, or at least that's what I thought. So I thought that had to have been similar. I just remember after not being able to get back the one thing I wanted. I just wanted to just let it go. I couldn't stand to be there any second longer. And so I welcomed whatever was fighting to take over because I was done. I was tired of fighting. I was tired of it all. Making mistakes, being blamed, not being able to take back my mistakes, not making it better in any way, because anytime I would, it would make it worse. So what else would I do but let it go? The next thing you know, I wake up and Marcus is dead. And Reese is looking at me as if I'm a murderer. And when I look down at my own hands, I see my hands are covered in his blood. So what else could I blame but myself? But as we were reviving him or trying to get away, I thought surely I would never do that. After all, in trying to revive him, I care about him. Why would I knowingly attack my friend? That's what I thought for a long time. And then Rue did bring up a good point. And so did many other gods, saying the same thing. That every time I use a power, I had thought that they would take over my body and I was merely a vessel. I was a host. That's what I've always known to be. But no. I had been me. Maybe with a little bit of them, but especially of recent, mostly me. So do I blame myself for murdering Marcus? Before, no. I thought surely I couldn't have. But now, of course, my answer has changed.
Marcus has forgiven you.
Even though he shouldn't have.
Why shouldn't he?
What, you forgive your murderer? Not only that, you fight your murderer's demon.
When considering the fact that the life that I brought into this world is also what took me out of it. Yes.
Icarus, you are an interesting case. You do not. Some of the things that would stand with normal people are harder to apply to you. And Marcus is an intelligent man, and I'm sure that he knew that.
I don't think that I've dwelled on it. Because you know what was even funnier?
Hmm.
After I killed him, I didn't feel sad. I didn't feel scared. I didn't feel happy. I didn't feel anything. And I think that hasn't changed. I don't think I am the same person that I walked into this party being.
None of us are.
I don't
You
think any of
can't
you
be.
will.
None of us can be after the things
Well,
we've gone through.
Chase is a special
Well.
case, but
I still don't even know why I'm here. I'm just doing a thing.
Chase is a new addition to the party and hasn't witnessed the horrors that
Icarus
some-
grabs Soren by the shoulders and looks her in the eye. I am a worse version of myself. I am not the same. I'm worse.
As am I.
I wouldn't even call you worse, just different. Everyone.
Macy gonna.
I
reach
went
out.
from being the
Macy's
type of.
gonna-
I got. I went from being the type of woman who detested something that I deemed an unjust killing, and I'm one of the fastest people to pull a trigger. I'm unforgiving, unless I have a soft spot for you, in which she looks at Icarus. The rest of the party.
As she looks at Icarus, you notice that his gaze is different than probably how it usually would be, where like he would feel like you would see some sort of just like glimmer in his eyes, or like, you know, like big emotion, or even like, you know, like when like something's like struck you.
Mm-hmm.
It's not only numb, his gaze looks dark, as his expression just doesn't change.
I would deem myself detestable,
Oh,
awful, not evil, but not a good person either. Sometimes you have to change to survive.
Demacia's gonna put her hand, like, gonna reach out and kind of touch Icarus's shoulder. I understand, and this is the final thing I'll say to you. You can drop it. I understand you've been through a lot. I understand that this is all you know. But the one thing you have to understand now is that all of our lives are on the line. You're looking at Soren right now, and her life is on the line right now. And this is all banking on you.
You don't think I know that? You don't think I put that into consideration every time I make a move? Every time I step somewhere, every time I look around?
I didn't say that. It's a reminder.
Icarus.
Your dependence on the people that live in your little old noggin up here.
The delivery.
The
Well, no.
dependence that you have on them will ultimately be your downfall. And at some point you have to figure out who you are outside of them, and that has to be now. We can't keep going on like this.
I think it has to start now. But change isn't instant. And he's trying.
That's
You-
all I can ask for. That's all I have to say on it. She's gonna step away and kind of step away from the conversation.
I have one more piece to say as well.
For Icarus's sake, please try to keep it brief.
It is. No matter what changes we're going through, I love you. And I'll be by your side whatever decision you make. Whether or not I agree with it, it doesn't technically really matter. But if you're thinking you're making the right choice, then I'll stand by you. Promise.
He looks mad. Like mad. Like
Delightful.
Insulted.
I know.
He feels very
He-
insulted.
he is just staring at the ground and kind of taking slow, deep breaths, trying to keep his emotions in check, especially where they're at, because he's conscious of that. Under his breath, he mumbles, "If we were not where we are right now, I would have walked away. For now, I shall simply be of aid to you all. Of whatever you need me to do. And that is all."
With that, let's take a break.
Whoa.
Ooh, angsty,
I know.
angry boy.
Fuck.
Oh,
Literally, Soren's like, I love you, I'm gonna trust you, and he's like,
No, like,
Like,
that's the
Icarus,
thing. Is
you
like,
need to
it's
get
going.
your shit together.
No, well, here's the thing: is you guys talking to him like you are, like he dumbing it down to like he's 5. and being like, "Oh, you don't understand the gravitas of this situation. You don't
That is
understand
not
what it's at
what-
stake.
Sorry, never
You
once
do not.
said you
You
don't
are making
understand.
an ill-considered decision. Like, oh, why would you trust him? You shouldn't be
All
trusting
sh-
him. You shouldn't be trusting these people."
All
That,
Soren
like,
said was, I don't understand why you trust him. I think you should be careful about trusting him anymore because, think about
Listen,
the impacts that
listen.
he's had
Macy's
thus far.
point was that
Listen,
Icarus was
listen.
If I
dependent
could
on
say
them,
as
and it's gonna
Icarus,
be the
if I could say
problem.
as Icarus, I've said this to Josh.
Mm-hmm.
Every interaction he has with anybody can affect him in a major way, one way or the other,
Mm-hmm.
and it could change drastically just based off of how it's worded. Just so you know.
Listen, that's
This
part
is,
of the reason.
I'm just saying, as it like as
was
a
gonna
player of
say,
Icarus,
That's why I had
you can
Soren.
word something completely differently, and it could either have a really good result or a really, really bad result.
Look, that was my
And it's
intent with
not
having Soren be
everything,
like,
because
he's
we can linger on
trying.
something else that was said as someone else is saying something else.
That's why she was
Macy's
trying to
whole
make a
point-
point of like, look, he's trying. You can't expect him to instantaneously be just
So
different.
The only point Demacia is meaning to make is that you can't keep fucking depending on these people for the rest of your fucking life, because it's gonna be what fucking kills you.
no, I agree.
Like, no, I think logically that makes sense. I think given the context of the situation that he finds himself in, where he feels separated from a lot of those people, that is a very sore subject for him. And so it's like, oh, I'm already feeling alone, I'm already feeling distant, I'm already feeling uncomfortable, like, and underpowered, and like, I'm going to be a liability rather than an asset. And telling him that he should separate from the people that he's wanting to be closer to is it just the way that it's spinning around in his head is just not sitting well, which makes
It's
a
more
lot
of a, you gotta figure out what you're gonna do if they aren't there.
right. And that
Which
I
is
think was
That's
a
the
rather
predicament he's in right now.
that was a rather poignant question. When you hit that at the beginning, I was like, that's gonna get him to think. It's like, what are you going to do when they aren't there? That was a really
Okay.
well worded question.
Yeah,
That was a
I know.
really it was everything
that was
that
a good
came
one.
after
Yeah.
that undid the work that you already did.
Listen, I tried to retcon where I could. Okay,
But pulling it back
Sword.
and letting everybody get off to the break, we will see you here in just a minute.
look. Yeah.
Hello, everybody, and we are back. Alrighty, sorry, we got really heavily into a discussion about all that happened, and so it went a little bit longer than expected. But
As
we
do now.
I love causing drama. Am I the drama?
yes,
I'm the drama.
Am I the drama? I don't think I'm the drama.
I'm the drama.
You're the drama.
Let's just
Drama.
say that if drama is tea, then a lot of you are British right now.
Absolutely. So,
Tea and crumpets.
tea and crumpets indeed.
I'm British.
So, tying us back in, Icarus kind of stalks off and has a little pouty boy Angie moment.
Maybe
what
for a
is-
long time.
Okay, when you're ready, your girlfriend's ready to love you. When you're ready to listen,
Oh.
jerk.
When you're ready to, speak on his level, that would also work too.
She was! That's the problem! She was and he didn't listen!
So suddenly that's his problem because of his headspace. Okay.
Wow, talk about victim blaming.
Listen, she straight up said, I love you. I'm with you, even if I don't like
Yeah,
what
and
you're doing.
he
Maybe
has
I'll
every right to
understand.
still be mad after being told that he's practically a liability.
I never said that.
Maybe
Don't put
be
words in my mouth.
liability. I don't know.
I'm not saying that's what everybody said. I'm saying that's the way he took it.
I'm telling Icarus not to put words in my mouth.
Well, then say what
Yeah.
you mean then,
Well,
instead
then
of
what
dancing
you
around.
substitute it with?
That's
We should continue though.
drama aside. Getting back on topic for the third and final time this evening. What is everybody else doing?
Marin is sitting
Just
in the
Marin.
corner. She's sitting in the corner, and she is doodling on the back page of her spellbook in frustration and annoyance right now.
What is she frustrated and annoyed about right now?
She is drawing the shipwreck. From what she can remember that day, the shipwreck. She is drawing the couple of dudes in the corner arguing back and forth over something that is, in her opinion, irrelevant at the moment. She's doodling being separated from her wife and her being supposedly different. Like, she's drawing the dude at the dock and being, like, in a little speech bubble, just like, different?
Make a perception check for me.
Oh, yippee. Where's my sheet? Ooh! Okay. Where... Load. Perception, did you say?
Mhm.
I should stay away from my dice. 23.
Whitney? You're drawing and you're sketching all of this out, and something, you kind of sit back and you kind of hold it out in front of you, just kind of, take in what you've drawn so far and what you still have left to go. And something seems off about the picture, and so you scroll through the picture, kind of keeping it, like, scrolling your eyes across it, and you find that in the shadow of the doorway that leads into the brig below, you drew a statue.
What's
Oh,
up with
boy.
Statues this
The
room?
crunch.
Mary.
Hello. That's weird.
She's, confused. You look like a statue she's ever seen before.
No, it's not a statue that she's ever seen before, though. You do remember a lot of talk surrounding the rest of the party about these statues that appear in people's dreams and
She's gonna get up.
in the corners of the shadows when people aren't looking.
She's gonna walk over to Demacia because, slay, bestie.
Tia is sharpening her moon sickle. Is what she's doing.
She's gonna use
She's
her
preparing
like
to
pencil.
separate Icarus's head from his body.
She's
Oh,
She's not
Right.
mad at Icarus. She's just frustrated with what he's doing.
Yeah.
But she's not mad at him. She's preparing for the fucking battle that she's about to fucking enter here probably soon.
she just Demacia, question. She's gonna show her the statue. And she's Does this look familiar to you?
Is it the statue?
It is one of them, one of the 5.
Demacia is gonna shudder, kind of like, you're like, why the fuck would you draw that?
I don't know. I've never seen this before. Not a single time. Not once in my lifetime.
No one has anyone told you? Have I not told you about those statues? Has no one told you about those statues?
I mean, like, I've heard you guys mention them in passing. They sound terrifying.
They grant you wishes. We happened to stumble across them. Apparently they, like, travel through different planes and the like, but they never really stay in one spot for too long. When we walked back from when we saw them, they weren't there anymore. But you ask them a question and you pay a price for it. They won't tell you what it is, but in whatever relation it is to your question, the crime will fit the punishment. Is essentially the crime being the question and the punishment. Well, whatever they decide to take from you, whatever they see fitting. I still don't know.
Chase,
Definitely never seen that.
Are you in earshot of this? Make a perception check for me.
Who?
Chase.
Oh, me? What?
Yes, make a perception check for me. I want to see if you're in earshot of this conversation.
Perception.
Wouldn't it be passive?
I'm very great at percepting things, like where is the best cheese in my sack?
Where is the best cheese?
Yeah, he reaches
What
into
is
his pack and only
perception?
finds the one cheese that he put in it. Ah, there it is.
No, it's plot twist. All cheese is the best cheese. My perception is 6. I rolled dirty 20.
Dirty 20. As you finalize getting everything ready for camp, as they were all arguing amongst themselves and then eventually separating off, you kind of brush shoulders a little bit with Marin as she walks across the room to talk to Demacia, and that kind of draws your attention to their conversation. Listen, not intentionally listening in, but still keeping an ear out in case you find anything interesting. They mentioned...
Oh, Chase is a tea drinker. I eavesdrop on you guys while you're asleep.
Oh, yeah.
That is very true, actually. Ray can attest. You're listening in, you hear the mention of these statues and kind of, at least from Demacia's perspective, what they are capable of, what they do. And that shunts you back to your childhood.
Oh, God.
Because
we're gonna add
there was...
death to Chase. I could just be cute.
You remember something. Something kind of clicks inside of you that you never quite understood. There was the person who refused to medicate your mother.
Mm-hmm.
He had with him 4 other helpers, is all that you really thought of them as back at that age. They wore... in your mind's eye, they wore gray robes. You couldn't really see into the hood, you couldn't see into the robes, any sort of arms or anything. You just assumed they were there. And they didn't really move fluidly, like as one would expect with walking on legs and whatnot. They kind of just floated along beside this person. And you remember thinking that was weird, but you dismissed it as a young kid because, oh, this person that you're trying to talk to get your mother feel better was a cleric, or a powerful cleric. So it's like, oh, the magical servants and that sort of thing would make a lot of sense, blah, blah, blah. Looking back and watching this with fresh eyes upon hearing all of this, you realize these figures were just statues made of solid stone.
Those same goddamn statues that she's drawing, isn't it?
Your brain made that connection. Whether or not it is the truth or whether or not it is trying to search for answers in something you still don't know is another thing. But I did want to bring that to your attention.
Awesome. Kids, if you're gonna add Chase McLace lore, we gotta write this shit down because all I know is
We have our lore
adorable.
keeper. We have our
That's
lore
what Lore
keeper.
Keeper K is for.
Hey, Kay.
Gosh, what am I, chopped liver?
I have a question for you. A side
Uh-oh.
project.
Uh-oh.
Another one.
Yeah,
do you
I
think
do
of
homework
what do you think of creating a Google Doc archive on each of the characters, each of the notes and lore you have about each of the characters?
Probably with motivation from someone else, I could do it.
I can help you.
If you want, I can sit 5 feet away from my microphone over here. Watch this. I can just like. You got this! I believe in you!
I would
That's
appreciate that.
okay. Let's
And
Bad
everybody
vibe
else has a
motivation.
pretty good beat on what's going on. The one person that I think we would start with would be Chase, and it would arguably be the easiest since he has the least amount to.
I got like 50 words, and then you're done. It's likes cheese,
Yeah.
is gay, do crime, profit.
Basic. That's
No,
most of the notes. Yeah.
Demacia. That's Demacia.
Wow, that's also Loki kind of Marin and her wife.
We're all being gay. We're all doing crime. It's just how much do we
And
get
making
paid at the end of
profits.
the
Listen,
night?
Marin and her wife were literally pirates.
More like the pirates who don't do anything. God damn.
That's
As a
awesome.
Veggie Tales girl growing up.
That's hilarious. Oh my gosh. Anyways, reining it in. You may continue
Well.
your conversation.
But that's about as far as I know. I don't.
So how did they weasel into my drawings subconsciously?
I don't
Any
know.
clue?
You tell me. Why the fuck
don't
would you draw it?
I was just venting my frustrations onto the paper, as you can see, and she kind of points with her pencil to the drawings frantically, and she just,
Do
and then
you
as I'm like
remember drawing
looking
it?
at my no, I'm like looking at my masterpiece, out in front of me, and I'm looking at the face of a statue.
I mean, to be fair, you guys, I just kind of like half walk toward you guys, like Mr. Krabs, like.
Oh, you gotta do the Squidward walk noise.
Blip, 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 blip. Like, to be fair, I found a probably sentient piece of paper in my back pocket on one drunken night at the end. So it's like anything can really happen. Can I see a picture of that? Oh, I'm gonna go sit back down now.
Wait. Do you recognize that at all?
Chase, you weren't even here when we came across those. Have you came across those yourself?
Back when I was a wee lad. Right, is that right, Josh?
Yeah, like this is roughly 32 to 40 years ago.
I mean,
What?
Chase McLace is 42.
So yeah, so
Damn,
there's 30,
Chase is old.
30. Yeah,
Damn,
they're
Son
about-
of a dragon, he looks 18.
well,
I
and
was
he's
gonna
also
say-
changeling. So
I look
Yeah.
goddamn great for my age. Chase it. Hey, old. You lose your motivation privileges for a week.
I'm writing what's being said. I gotta
You
be-
are
I gotta
grounded,
go
young
down.
lady.
Come on.
okay, back on topic. Yeah, so right about 32 to 34 years ago, somewhere in there. Just
Yeah,
to
I
give you
lost
timeline.
I lost mama about 14, so
Oh,
if
so-
I was seeking so about 30 years ago.
Yeah, 30 years. Thereabout.
30 years ago I was chasing
A
around.
third of this conversation just left.
Oh no. Mac
Icarus,
disappeared.
what are you doing? Brief intermission.
Brief
Carrie,
inter-
what is it you're doing?
What happened?
Mac just
Max
Left.
took
Walked away,
away.
and she's like a third of this conversation.
Oh, I
She-
see.
In the campaign night, she said BRB, so
okay,
BRB,
gotcha.
I suppose.
BRB.
So Icarus, what are you stewing about in the corner? Shift RV for a minute.
I know, right? Okay.
Except
Are,
Yeah.
you,
Soren,
are you punching sidewalks? Like, what are we doing?
Soren is intently watching him from like across the room, though. For the
Yeah.
record.
No, I think Icarus is his fists are like probably like really like his knuckles are not. I don't think they'd be white because his skin is like a purple gray, but
They're
Like
like
a
blue.
really, really pastel
You know what I mean?
purple.
like a light blue, similar to white in his skin color. But like he'd be, I don't know. I feel like he just. I think
Across.
it's
So
hard because it's like he's trying to process.
right.
He's trying to understand, and he's trying to like
You do-
it's just like circling.
You do see a mannequin
Ugh.
that was like deeper in the shop that was used to like display jewelry and other types of items.
Don't give me the idea.
I'm giving you the idea.
Don't give
What
me the
idea? What?
guys.
What would
What's
Icarus do?
WWID.
I feel like Icarus, before coming to Dhim Dular and seeing Gad being dragged off again, would have taken the mannequin, sat him down, and tried a like therapy session with them. However, this is not that Icarus.
You're gonna start
Um,
stabbing the shit out of it.
Imagine. We're not there yet. Yet. I think Icarus is probably gonna walk up to the mannequin because it's not too far away from everybody, right?
That is correct.
And he's gonna grab it and sit down with it.
Okay.
For a moment, he's probably just gonna like grab its head, like like all angry, just like trying to get some like outlet.
Yeah.
But after a moment, he's just gonna like, it's not really working.
And so he chucks it across the room. No.
Yeah, I know, right? Oh, no, he only chucks his arm across the room, so he rips it off and just chucks it.
Yeah, there you go.
Like
It
an
bounces
angry,
back and
an
smacks
angry
Icarus in the
little girl
forehead.
about with like a Barbie doll.
Imagine, yeah.
That one kid
No,
from
he's
Toy
gonna-
Story.
He's gonna hug it instead, I think. And I think he's gonna go back to his headspace at that point.
Okay.
Just for like a moment. And I know Rue can't come to the main headspace, but I don't know if Icarus can go to Rue. In that case.
No.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. So yeah, he's probably just gonna sit there, probably
Oh.
either with Talia paying attention or not paying attention, just for a little bit, just to process. If it like he can get snapped out of it probably really quick if someone decides to.
Right.
He's not out of commission. It might be a little hint,
Just
but just like a suggestion, if someone wants to figure out a way. It's
Basically,
only,
long
okay.
story short, he zones out. And like if when he zones out, anybody can like shake him out of it.
Yeah,
But that's what he's doing
but
right now. Is he's zoning out.
that's how he's processing for sure.
I gotta.
I have a little thing.
Mhm.
Soren's gonna write a little note. So that he can't misinterpret my words, hopefully. And she's gonna leave the little note, like
Sure.
in front of him, basically, and she's gonna walk away.
There you go. Go ahead and type the note to Kay whenever you get the chance.
Yippee!
But the third of our conversation has returned.
Yeah.
Hey, Josh, I got a quick question.
You're
real
muted.
quick.
We can't
Oh,
hear
wait.
you. There you go.
Hello,
Oh,
can
not
you hear
me.
now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Hi.
Okay,
Oh.
sorry, I had to call my sister really quick.
No, you're good.
Okay.
Okay,
Little license plate behind you.
yeah,
WFO 380.
it's for my old car.
Oh, it was like
Look, I'm gonna type that in.
Dude,
I now know
don't-
your address.
It's my old car at my old house.
I used the Wayback
I
was your
Machine.
parents'
I use the
address.
Wayback Machine.
I would never needed to know that, Coda.
I hope you didn't just dox
Dad.
someone on stream.
Definitely
For
just.
real. Y'all trying to dox me right now? What the fuck?
We don't have enough viewers for you to get doxxed.
And
You're too likable to get doxxed. If anybody's
know.
getting doxxed, it's me.
You never know.
Can I
The
volunteer?
likable
to be
ones are the
doxxed?
ones that always get doxxed. You know that's how it works.
yeah,
That's
everyone's
actually
gonna be like,
but it's
The
too
fans are
intentional,
so
I can't
excited.
imagine.
Choo choo.
But yes, getting back on topic.
For the fourth time.
Yes, Chase
Back
walks
to
over and kind of dives into this originally AB and now is an ABC conversation
B is
about
for Chase.
what do you know about the statues, Chase?
Mm-hmm. And you were talking about how long ago it was, which we discussed. It was roughly 30 years ago, 28 to 30
roughly
years ago.
30 years ago, the mage, the mage healer dude.
Yeah.
I was following him around, begging him to help my mom, and there was like these statues just floating around with him. At least I think they were. They were all like in these dark hooded cloaks, just kind of following around. I didn't really pay much attention as I just thought they were like little peons, but
That sounds about right.
recently going back into it, especially real quick, Josh, did Chase ever find out that the warlock was designed was meant to kill my mom?
The yes.
Oh, sweet. I mean, stop, because I killed him off screen. I killed him, and I'm just like, yes, revenge is even sweeter. And went from Cheetos to a McChicken.
me.
Cheetos to a McChicken.
But yeah, so I saw those statues around. I thought they were people at first, but whenever I found that note that said that the warlock was designed to kill my mom, I kind of did a little meditation, and I remembered that they weren't people. And now they look suspiciously like your drawing over here. You?
Marin.
Marin, that's the name, yeah. Marin.
That's strange.
Do they?
This warlock, the one who killed your mother,
Mm-hmm.
he had control of the statues.
I would assume so. Although
If
you
they're
gotta
following
remember,
you
I
around
was.
like that would be the assumption, right? Is that
Yeah.
what it's like, or
Unless he was one of them.
List of statues were puppeting him.
Well, yes, that could also be true, but there's 5 statues, right?
how many did you say were following him around?
How many was following him
4.
around? Oh, I thought it was 3. 4. Oh, that means he could be the 5th one. The mama statue.
Mama statue.
Complicates things.
So you've interacted with the statues who have given me my fate. I'm assuming my punishment. You don't happen to have access to them, do you?
Unless, well, I kind of killed the guy a while back ago because he let my mom die of a curable illness.
So he's dead.
Yeah, I kind of fireballed him straight to the pits of hell, and even
What
hell wasn't
the
hot enough.
Wait. Oh god.
What?
Chase, I think you might have murdered an innocent person.
Huh?
Not the first.
Huh?
What? I mean, oh god. Oh, shit.
¿Por qué?
Pardon? Pray tell the fuck?
Right, tell the
Yeah.
fuck?
Yeah, what are
in
you
all
talking about?
caps?
So,
What are you talking about,
question mark
Ray?
eyes. What's it? No, so you. Ray continues. If the statues was impersonating this individual, the person that you ended up killing later down the line might. I mean, these statues aren't killable. I mean, I don't think even I
Do you
could.
think that were there always 4? Was there always 5?
There was
That's
all.
the real question.
There
Was
was
there
all.
always 5?
As far as I have been around this world and have known of their existence, they've always traveled in groups of 5.
Well,
Now,
then that was my
with that being
theory
said, I do not know whether or not more than 5 exist. They just are always traveling in a group of 5.
Interesting.
Now,
Did he die and become one of them?
that it could be. I don't know what it would take for a person to become one of those things. Because quite frankly, those things possess a power that is vastly different than mine. And in some cases rivaling or even exceeding. With
So
that,
what do you know, Chase? What do you know about this warlock?
I do want to I do want to bring to your attention.
Oh, thank God you stepped in, because I was about to say 2 things. He was a prick, and now he's no longer a prick.
Well, you can say
He
that
is
still.
no longer a prick.
You were given a dream upon receiving the Lightstone from the
Is this the stone I touched when I was with Zazie, and I was just like,
Correct.
fuck!
Yep, you did it, and then you remember you have the stone that's like mentioning that you are the light, and you're essentially the confirming you as the successor to the adamantine dragon.
Wait, shit, if I'm the light, why the hell do I have a lantern? Can't I just, like, hold out the stone and be like, huh?
The stone is inside yourself. Would you like to call the stone forth?
Ah, shoot, I'm tired of passing kidney stones.
Fucking Christ.
This man, this dude.
Oh my god.
I'll have Chase think about it tonight outside of the conversation, but I will
Understood.
remember this part too.
Jumping back to the conversation, when you had acquired that, you were given a vision that night where the person that you had killed who let your mother die was speaking with an individual, a white-furred, shorter fox individual, kind of in this black and red armor, wearing a double blade, kind of like a dual glaive across his back. You don't know how you know, but you know that individual to be an Abyss Herald. The exchange they had basically confirmed that the Abyss Herald had contracted the person who let your mother die to let your mother die. And in fact, you recall that it wasn't a disease, it was rather a poison that was administered to her that killed her, not a...
Oh, yeah.
You figured that
found
out.
her corpse, and then a note that said, "Hey, Demacia, watch your back."
Mm-hmm. And with all of that in mind, you can probably piece together, what's Chase's intelligence? 15, I think?
On paper, 17.
17. Brilliant. That's even better for you. You can piece together the fact that this Abyss Herald potentially contracted these statues to kill your mother.
All right. Can we also
On a
say that
theoretical
like
version.
Chase is kind of saying like a version of this?
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm absorbing it,
And
but
then
just like the teacher
processing
calling
it,
on
yeah.
me, I'm just like, oh, I have no idea.
No, but
Give me 2 weeks.
I understand.
Like 2 weeks.
But you, you just this as a hypothetical situation of what might have happened. This could easily be a train of thought that you make in your brain. The fact that with that vision that you had occurred, and the as they worded it, the pact being fulfilled. The then the statues, like say for example, like because as Demacy said, the statues grant a wish essentially to anybody who asks of them, but a price will be exacted on them in equal measure to that thing. So he made the request that your mother be killed for a reason you do not understand. The statues, of course, followed. Yeah. The statues follow through the request. Your mother passes away, potentially impersonating the individual who was supposed to heal your mother and poisoning her and killing her instead. You go off and you kill the actual individual that the statues were impersonating.
Shit. I may have just killed a man.
To tie up that loose end for them, in a way. And yeah, you're piecing all of this together and simultaneously sharing it with Demacia and Marin.
Ta-da!
Wow.
Hmm.
That is.
Still doesn't explain why you drew it onto your page, though. Could I do any kind of check on it?
What do you mean? What are you trying to understand? And I'll let you know.
I want to figure out why it's there, why it could have subconsciously have been there.
From what you understand of the statues, they only seem to affect people who have been affected by a deal, or have basically those who have been affected by or have asked of the statues. They only seem to be active in the lives of those individuals.
Oh, cool. So they're just like genies, but even more of a dick.
But Marin's never interacted with them before.
That we know of.
Marin, are you
Sorry, I'm writing Icarus's love note between this.
Marin, are you 100% positive you've never interacted with them ever? Has your wife? Possibly?
Well, I saw them, but they were on my mother because I guess maybe family ties. If what does Chase know about the shipwreck?
Marin would have made known, yes.
Oh, cool. Could have been the same
In fact,
situation.
it's in the drawings.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh yeah, could have been the same thing. You know, it's just like somebody wished death on Marin's partner, and they went off to sea. The only thing is that if they're still alive, they either trick death itself or it's still after them.
She kind of thinks back. Did she anything stand out that could have possibly been in interaction with them?
Make a history make a history check. No, sorry, just intelligence, just straight intelligence. And 1 minute, I'm gonna go help your dumbass of a cat.
Meow.
Damn, that was a low blow to the cat.
She is stupid.
Oh,
I love her, but she's.
you gotta advocate for her.
I love her, but she's stupid. She could be stupid and cute. I too am stupid and
See
cute.
the trash baby. I want to see the trash baby. Since DM Josh has stepped away, I just want to see the baby.
I'm gonna try to.
Oh, look at it's my trash baby. Look at her. Oh, look at the baby. Oh, I miss her so much.
Cat clickbait. Let's go.
There you go, cat clickbait. Share with your friends. We have 2 cats. But Coda, you
19.
19. You parsing through your memories of the shipwreck, something you've done many, many times before. In your brain, something isn't adding up.
Ooh.
there's these weird little gaps, and you don't quite know what should be filling those gaps of that night. So you are unable to ascertain what exactly at this present. So it will be something you can meditate on in the future.
I guess I can't say 100% that I haven't, but I'm pretty sure. I think I would remember that, right?
I mean, I vividly remember mine.
And like I'd
Yeah.
have my wife back. That would be the only thing that I'd wish for. Everything else in my life is fine. The only thing I miss is the crew and my wife.
And the open sea.
Hmm?
I said, and the open sea.
Just heard like deep voice. I was like, what?
And the open sea are har.
And the pirating wife, but I could always get back to that when I find her, you know?
Exactly. Yeah, she does ask that question. Is like she thinks she would remember. Like she should remember, shouldn't she? What do you guys have this? What is your input on that?
I think it's strange. I mean, I've seen plenty of visions of the statues, but I've never met someone who didn't know that they had interacted with them and seen them.
Hmm. I do have some lapses in memory, so it's possible. I will think about it for the next few days.
The only thing I could think of that could be anything potential for you would be either you got like some new crew that you don't remember seeing, unfortunate stowaways, or somebody on the dock, because I think I saw the statues a good couple times before anything really happened. You know, it was more like during the process of the happening. So they could have helped like stock the ship. They could have helped.
I think. Hmm. I don't know. After. Hoping I got this right. After everything happened, I've got a lot of missing pieces from my memories, so maybe it's possible? I mean, she kind of glances at her drawings and then settles on the face of the man who told her that he saw her wife. If I did ask them for help, that would explain why she's been seen. Wouldn't it?
It begs the question: can two requests cancel each other out? Because,
Can you cheat death itself?
well, that's what I'm thinking, Chase. It's interesting thinking about if Marin's petition to these statues, if she did communicate with one of them, was to ask about her wife and ask if she was okay. That sort of thing. If you had you seen her, and suddenly she was seen, couldn't what would be in store for you, Chase? Because hadn't you petitioned of the statues to save your mother?
Well, maybe. I think it's kind of like I said earlier, it's just like a genie that's even more of a dick. Where it's like, technically, I didn't ask the statues. I asked the representation of the statue was just a puppet of a dude who I killed. So maybe it's more like you have to be more direct, you know.
I don't know, maybe I'd asked if there was a way to return her to me or something.
Then again, why don't you remember it?
I don't know, there's a price to pay. Maybe that's part of it.
Ooh, the most ironic fate or
that seems...
twist on it. Wishing your wife to be protected and saved from her death, but to never reunite again. That could be the ultimate price.
I
am going to go
hope
ahead.
not.
I know, Chase, you already have 1 point of inspiration. I'm going to give you another one for that insight.
God, I hope not. I mean, she's...
Is that the price that you have to pay? Could that possibly be it? What does that entail for the question I asked?
What was your question?
I asked them what life was like back home. I asked to check in on everyone that I knew. I just wanted to know that they were safe. That was all I asked. But I still, to this day, don't know what the punishment was. What the payment would have been. I see those statues, though.
Maybe it hasn't been carried out yet? If you're still seeing them?
Well, I would figure that the worse, the more impactful the question, the more impactful the punishment. Just asking, like, how they are without having to send a messenger could be like the equivalent of like a stub toe. Like, how do you like equalize asking if somebody is okay? Maybe you're just not okay. I mean, we did just fight a dark demon over there for just like a couple minutes, so.
Well, so Denisha, you asked whether or not they were like they would. You asked them. You asked after their safety. Well, you asked after their safety specifically, is what I remember you just mentioning, that you wanted to make sure they were safe.
Precisely.
What if they weren't prior to when you asked?
What do you mean?
What if they weren't safe? Or what if
something happened?
What if maybe one or multiple of them had died prior to you asking that question?
No.
Exactly. But the answer was that they were fine.
No, it wasn't just that they were fine. I asked specifically about someone that I knew. Said that he was thriving, that he was doing well for himself, he was taking care of everyone still.
Who is this person? And how long ago?
His name was Brutus. He was like my older brother. Just right about when I left, that's when shit kind of hit the fan, and I dipped out with Marin. Brutus set it up. He had me taken far away. He's the one who sent me on Marin's ship. That's how I ended up here.
Not Marin, sorry. Ray goes to open his mouth. I need everybody here to make a... What is everybody's Arcana modifier in the in this conversation?
I
9.
have a +7.
Damn
Plus
it.
9.
I got a 5.
Okay.
I couldn't contribute anyway. I had a +3.
So I...
Wait, so we got a 3, 5, 7, and 9?
That's fun. Okay. One of the only people who sees this is Chase for some reason.
Oh, wait, is it good or bad? Am I
Wait,
about to be
what?
mind fucked by a demon?
It's because Ray's on his.
Probably.
I was gonna
also
say, I've got a
the
plus
lowest stat
9.
of the 3.
I have a +7.
It's
I think
there
it was
is
a
spell
failing
that is
thing.
being cast on each of you,
Oh shit.
and Chase is the only one who succeeded.
How?
Wait, everybody or just
Just
the ones in the
I didn't even
conversation?
get to roll.
exactly.
Well, wait, I have a plus 9 though. How? What? Huh? What?
They just rolled higher than a
Wait.
19.
What?
What does that even mean?
But wait,
I have a
Did
I have the highest
16?
one.
Correct.
So if it's higher,
Correct. They rolled higher. It targets individually. It doesn't. It's not a
That's some
blanket
bullshit.
spell. It targets individually.
Oh, I see. So 3
That's
rolls and
bullshit.
only.
Correct.
Oh, okay. I thought it was a blanket spell where
No.
it's like, yeah, Chase
yeah, that's why I was
succeeded.
like, what?
Prepare to meet God. I'm like,
Like for a minute, I
Wait.
thought you thought the 9 was Chase's, which is why I was so confused. I was like, that's mine.
No. So
Not
even at a
Plus
disadvantage,
you-
Chase still comes out on top.
you notice this, and what I'll first narrate what the other two see. Like Ray kind of has furrowed. He goes to open his mouth and he kind of closes it, his brow furrowing a bit as he kind of just shakes his head, like puzzling over this entire thing. Chase, what you see is a pair of ethereal blue chains. This light, translucent blue chains bind themselves around Ray's muzzle. And there's a trembling in the air. Ray's fur is standing completely on end, your own bristling at the sound of a screechy but a very airy, wispy sort of voice. You said too much.
Oh, cool. So I do get to see God today. That's cool.
Yippee!
no.
Ray and Chase are the only ones.
You're like trancing
you're-
over there.
you're
You.
Out. And
The second
Soren has
half
no
is-
knowledge of the
I was
arcane.
asking.
So
Fuck.
Yeah.
We said too much.
Soren's maybe got like a poo.
Why was I supposed to know this would happen? I wouldn't be trans. Can I come
So-
back?
no.
No,
Yeah.
you made your bed, now you lie in it.
I didn't know anything like this would happen. I could help.
I know. And you didn't know that Rue was gonna pull a comet out of the sky and kill Gad either, but here we are.
Sephiroth style.
Sephiroth.
That was a low blow.
What's it?
So does anything like
You-
pop up out of the ground to try to like grab at him, or do I just get to see him like muzzled?
You like
And you're the voice. I
the,
think,
you
too.
you see the voice and 5 statues apparate in a circle
Oh.
around your little group.
I'm the only one that can see this, by the way.
You're the
along with
only
Rue.
one who can see this.
All right, I'm just gonna like put Rue like in my arms, like
Right,
you
so
guys,
yeah.
you guys touch my little fox bitch. I'm coming to hell to take you out again.
I have a +7. This is bullshit. Why am I?
I have a plus 9. This is also bullshit.
This is such fucking bullshit. There's no fucking way they rolled high enough for that.
I'm
They-
with you, Mac Attack. I'm with you. I'm so angry.
Let Chase have his moment with his little new friend.
Oh, wait, we're surrounded too.
Yeah, you.
I don't think you guys see it,
what?
though.
So you take Ray down from his shoulders and kind of cuddle him close to your chest.
Are you okay?
Like Zazi's gonna be pissed if I lose this guy.
You guys don't see any of this.
Yeah. Well, I assume
Do
we
they
see him
stay-
like go to protect Ray. That's
No.
why I'm asking. Oh no?
Oh,
What?
cool.
You guys are.
Huh?
Your guys' memory is actively being modified.
What?
Oh, lovely. It's one of those like spells.
Yes.
No,
The
you
fuck is
can
this
I
bullshit?
counterspell?
No, because you don't know it's being cast.
Damn it!
So what's happening for us in the meantime then?
Yeah,
like,
what did
me
it
and the Mason-
seem?
Because if we can't even see him move, like what's happening?
No, you guys were moving. Like, you see, he's Ray. Like I said, he could have like went to open his mouth to say something. His brow furrowed. He closed it, and he's just lost in thought. He's trying to parse. You get the sense he's trying to parse this all out, trying to like.
Chase
Like
is
almost
still
kind of like
standing there
he
like,
like had a thought of like he was on the beat of something, but he can't quite remember or can't quite figure it out. He's chasing down that rabbit trail in his mind.
He's
Chase
a lost
is just
for words.
yeah. Chase is like doing as he always is. He's kind of just sitting on the sidelines, not really knowing what to add to this conversation as Ray is kind of spearheaded, trying to figure out what's going on. So
yeah, like because my question was more so about like because if he
Yeah.
like visually goes to move Ray off his shoulder,
yeah, he
like do we not see that?
no, you do not see that.
So then what are we seeing in the meantime? Just him standing there?
Kind of
Think of
him-
it like
him
a
got-
snapshot. Like
So
a-
is this like all? So is the idea that this is pretty much all instantaneous for us, but not for him?
well, it's no, because it's you guys are free
Almost
to ask
like no time has
questions.
passed.
No, it's happening parallel, one-on-one. So you guys are welcome to ask questions and like interact. You guys can do whatever you want. It's just,
Yeah, it's just
for
like,
you, what's
Chase, what's
actually
wrong?
happening is not happening.
Pretty much you two are seeing different things at the same time.
Yeah.
Are
Practically.
you
I was
gonna
just
let us
wondering
go?
how we would be seeing something different from what he was doing. But that's
Because
what
they're
I'm-
modifying your memory actively while
Yeah,
Like
when
a
he's
hallucination.
moving his hand to like go grab Ray and pull him down, he's just standing still and behaving normally, maybe doing an ADHD dance from one foot to the other. Like he's
Hey, don't
doing.
be calling Chase out like this.
Are you gonna let us know what the fuck's going on?
Yeah, like are you gonna say anything? Because we're just acting calm.
I mean, I'll look over at you guys like, fuck, I'm more concerned about the 5 statues of death that we just talked about surrounding
Yeah,
us,
but if
and,
we
like,
saw that, I'm gonna say if we saw that, don't you think we'd be concerned, right?
even had a chance to react yet. Oh, we haven't
Yeah.
got like 2
That-
seconds in.
That's yes.
That is true.
So, what do you do, Chase? As like the statues are like they're forming a very tight circle around the two. You guys were all kind of
Are
like
they,
clustered
like-
together talking, but they as they're like you guys have talked and they appeared. They're kind of just standing there menacingly, and just exuding this intimidating aura of enmity and inevitability that just
Right.
wafts from them.
Can I like roll past it? Because I mean, Chase McLace is never a serious guy. I would like to think that he's like, I'm not afraid of death. Worst case scenario, I
Well,
just
I mean,
kill
if that's
death
how you-
myself.
If that's how you want to go
Famous
about
last
it,
words.
I mean, hey, you're your character. I'm just the person who's narrating what the world is doing in reaction to what you're doing. So, what do you want to do?
truth.
Wait, well, if I don't need to roll, if I do need to roll, tell me. I want to be like holding Ray. I'm like, you guys seeing this? And just, I'm assuming no reaction, right?
No, yeah, light work, no reaction.
What would happen?
So do
What
we not
happened
hear
if I
that
just, like-
either?
No, like in
No,
fact,
I'm
like
just-
you see him kind of like yawn and raise one of his paws to his mouth.
This
kinda-
sucks so hard.
What?
Can I
do you
like?
have- do
what
you have
happens
any
if I?
thoughts on this for like anything
I
else?
thought I had something. There was a while back an incident had occurred where, as I was doing my job at the God of Life and everything, monitoring the status of the souls of people. There was a soul among the world that wasn't one that I put back into it. So I'm trying to see if those incidents maybe align, but the timing is off. It's didn't happen at the right time, and it was not an individual that went in any life by the name of Brutus. So I'm trying to think of something up here. I'm sorry, just give me a minute. I'll parse this out eventually.
Was that Ray or?
That is Ray on their end.
Oh, okay. I got a question, right?
Mhm.
I just need something sus enough for
what
Mary to
if-
do something,
You don't?
anything.
So you
So
don't
I'm
think Brutus has anything to do with
Hang on,
any of
Chase
this?
was
No,
no.
that's what I'm
it's
trying to.
fine. It's
No,
good.
no, we'll get to Chase here in a second. I'll answer this
Yeah.
question.
You
Chase,
guys do you.
Chase, sorry, Brutus, that I'm trying to come up with reasons why that might have occurred, where it might have been a similar thing, but I can't, I would have noticed it. I would have noticed if that happened around that same time. That's kind of, what I do. I am the god of the soul, after all. I created it. I would know what would happen to it. I'm just trying to piece it all together. I feel it's at the tip of my tongue. I feel like I'm very close to something. I just can't quite pin it down. Okay, jumping over to Chase.
Whoa.
What do we do?
Okay. So a couple things.
Mm-hmm.
What happens? So I'm assuming I'm standing next to Demacia, or did Demacia sit down with Marin?
No, yeah.
Mace has been sitting.
Mm,
She has been
yeah.
sitting from the beginning because she's
Yeah.
was sharpening her moonsicle.
Okay. What happens in their reality if I push Demacia?
Oh,
Make a.
I'd just be like, hey, you guys see, like, say something.
I need you to roll a charisma check for me.
Me or
Yeah.
Demacia?
You.
A charisma? I'm gonna
Do I gotta
seduce
do
the
anything?
fog.
I'm calling this an improvised dispel magic.
Okay, so 12 plus 5,
Wait,
17.
I have to spell magic?
yeah, but we don't know.
Yeah, you don't know
Yeah, you
magic.
gotta-
Oh, I know.
We have no clue.
So you said it was a 17.
Mhm.
You,
I seduce the magic away from
Demacia,
Demacia.
you
like,
kind
"Hey!"
of feel yourself go a little bit lightheaded, and you kind of stumble back on your feet a bit and kind of shake it out of your head before kind of
Wait, I'm sitting down,
repositioning
though.
yourself. Yeah. You
Like you're just
fall
kind of
back,
like a
yeah.
whoa.
Yeah,
Oh,
kind of,
okay. I was like, I am not on my feet. There is
yeah,
no
but like
feet
you
further.
yeah, that on your end you do push her. That's just how she's seeing it. Because unfortunately you didn't roll
okay.
high enough.
Damn
Aw,
it.
damn. Could not seduce the
Wait,
fog.
can I? Because that feels a little weird.
You just got
Can I-
lightheaded. Yeah.
Can I check that? Can
Make
I
a
just be
medicine
like,
check, sure.
Medicine check. Please be
Oh.
high. Please. What is that? I can't read that. Oh, it's
Demacia
17.
stumbled, like visually moved.
Yeah, so kind of like you know how like when you like kind of sit up sit up too
17 plus
fast.
5.
I know.
22.
22. When you kind of sit up too fast and you kind of like get that like dizzy spell of like whoa and kind of like like the world spinning for like 2 seconds and then it's back to normal. That's
Are
kind of
you?
Bitches
you
with
okay?
Medicine
no
check?
iron.
Medicine check.
22.
Oh, they have to make a one check here. Okay. What's
Are
the
you okay,
plus?
Demacia?
Just thirsty. Just really dehydrated.
What?
Fuck off! Give us something, Jesus.
I think I'm okay. I just got kind of dizzy there for a second.
All right, I have.
Is that normal for you?
She's gonna, she's like, I think I might just be dehydrated. I should drink some water. And she's gonna reach into her bag.
Yeah.
And grab some water from there.
Yep, you reach into your bag and grab some water. Drinking it down, there you go. Chase, jumping back over to you. yeah, that's what happened. Is she kind of doesn't seem to react.
All right.
Well, he
Are
would
the
have seen
psych?
that I would have gotten dizzy and like.
No,
No, I think it's
No?
just split.
because
Yeah,
it's
it's your reality and my reality. Think
are
of
two
it like
different things.
they're disconnecting.
Yeah,
And
because
Oh.
so
while
it's kind of
while
like a
your memory is
snapshot.
being rewritten, you're just kind of there. You're not acting or doing anything. You're just kind of there. So it's what's
Well, you want me to
happening- yeah.
push Icarus? Is that what you're going on about?
That makes
Thank
no
you.
sense. There is no D in this conversation. It's
Yeah.
ABC.
Yeah.
So
I tried.
as long as the statues are just like chanting or whatever the fuck
No,
they're doing, and they're
they
not
take a step closer.
okay.
Can you walk
Um,
past them?
Well, it's a tight circle of 5, so I
Mhm.
would assume that if I try to go through,
You get caught.
what I want to do, I want to try this. Because I see that Demacia has no reaction, I want to take the notebook from Marin, flip to a new page, and write all of it down. Like trying to like scribble the statues that I see, writing it down while holding like little dude in my arms, like these motherfuckers. If they take us to hell, at least I'll give you a note.
That's also a good idea.
I need you to first roll a dexterity check or a performance check, whichever. Sorry, a dexterity check or a performance check, whichever is higher.
Oh. I rolled a 19. My
Sorry, sleight of
dex
hand.
is a-
Sorry, sleight of hand or performance. Sleight of hand or performance.
Oh.
It was me.
Performance.
I'm proficient in sleight of hand. I have a +9.
So performance is a 26,
Hey.
or sleight of hand is a 24.
Food's here.
He's gone.
Hey, does
It's like
everybody else
somebody's here.
notice that he's dressing like Alexander Hamilton today, or is that just me? Like, I'm gonna say that to him. I'm not dissing that. I'm wearing pink under blue. I'm not shitting on his costume. It's just I'm surrounded by 5 angry god statues, and I'm just like Alexander Hamilton in my head.
Alexander Hamilton.
Sorry about that. The dog gets a little bit excitable when people knock on the door, and I just ordered us dinner. So jumping into chase. So, what did you roll? Did you roll a perception? A performance check or a
So-
sleight of hand?
I mean, you said whichever's higher, which
Yes.
is performance, and I rolled a 19 plus 7 is 26.
26. There we go. You accurately jot everything down, draw everything out. They're quick sketches, but you do a really good job with it.
It's line art at best.
You draw all of them down. And the second check I'm gonna have you roll, you're gonna roll a percentile for me, which is 2d10s. The one on the the first one is the tens place, and the second one is the ones place. And I'm gonna simultaneously roll a percentile. You get to decide whether or not your number is higher or lower than the number that I rolled.
Okay, so if a 1 on the left die is the 10 spot, what's a 10? Is that
So-
just a 0?
So, correct. A 0 is a So hold on. So what is?
So for example,
yeah.
I on
Reading-
Google I
yeah, left
put
to
roll
right.
2 d10s.
Yeah.
And I never trust the first roll, and I got a 10 and a 5. Is that just a 5 or is that 105?
So 0.
and I'm
It's
breaking the
it's
rules?
005. So it's 5.
Drat. Okay.
So yeah, you get to decide whether or not. Well, but I'm sorry. You decide whether or not it's higher or lower before you roll. Is what I was.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah,
cool.
you get to decide. We're rolling, and so you're going to either trust the fact that your dice roll is going to be higher than mine or lower than mine, but you decide that before you roll.
I see. I've watched Pirates of the Caribbean. I got this.
Liar's
I want
dice.
to say mine.
Yeah.
So I'm good to re-roll after I say high or low, right?
Yes, correct.
Cool. Chase McLace never backs down. I'm going high. All right, and I rolled.
Never
but
back
I'm not
down, never
looking.
what?
Okay.
Never back down, never what?
What'd you get?
Never give up.
I should have gone low. I got a 19.
19. So a 1 and a 9, just to
Yeah.
reiterate.
Chase McLace dies.
No, this is interesting. This is all just very interesting. Where is it? 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 Where is the person that I'm looking for? Where is the person that I'm looking for? Okay. Okay. There might be a little something for you. Marin?
Mm-hmm.
As you're looking down at the sketches and processing all of this,
Are the sketches
on
like
the
updating
page
real
that
time?
is directly behind it, lines are being drawn.
So I can see them?
You yesn't.
Yesn't.
Like,
Yes
you
or
can
no?
tell that there are lines being drawn on the back side of your page. You flip over to that page, there's no lines there.
So what if she like, oh, how do I describe this? Okay, if she takes like, I gotta weasel my notebook out from behind my fucking monitor. Okay, so if she like, if she takes it, let me see if I can like finagle this. Okay, if she does like a this thing, where she's still looking at her side.
Yeah.
Can she like make out what's happening on the other side? Clearly, semi-clearly.
Semi-clearly. You go ahead and make a. Ooh, what would that be? That would be a.
Perception?
Perception, because you're looking.
Yeah, I would say investigation.
Okay. That works.
Okay.
Ayo.
So that is 8 plus 5. So it is 16.
You
phenomenal,
get
but
the
it's not
sense that the silhouettes and visages of statues are being drawn on the other side of the page.
Her like head like flicks to Demacia, and she just, can you see this? And she kind of like angles the book slightly like more towards Demacia.
Do I get to see it?
Yeah.
Yeah?
It's being pointed out to you, yeah.
Well, ignore that.
It is being ignored.
She's gonna, Demacia is gonna kind of lean and look at it closer. The statues? Can they see Chase right now? Is he interacting with them at all?
Chase kind of like lifts his head up from his kind of thinking posture as you guys mentioned the statues. He's like, what?
Oh.
What do you mean,
Chase,
what
Chase to you
statues that we've
guys.
been talking about?
No, but they're drawing themselves?
There's that. Do you not see it? You can see it too, right?
Well, I'm sorry, I was lost in my head, and you could have let beans over. Yeah, I can see it. Are they?
Marin's gonna take her.
Who's
pencil.
drawing them?
That's a good question.
So is it
Marin's
drawing
gonna take her
everything that I'm
pencil.
writing down? Because I do put my name on there. Like, if you can read this, shit, fucky, heart, Chase,
It quickly
McLace.
devolves from drawings of the statues to text.
Yes, go Chase. Yeah.
I need you to make another. And this is just a base intelligence check from Marin.
Okay. At least it's maxed, right? Okay. 23. 18 plus 5. I think
You
it's 23.
could have squinted it. And you're reading this in mirror speak because this is how it's being written.
Oh god.
And you are able to decipher, like, if you are saying this shit is fucked. Like, I will let Chase narrate from here what.
Oh, you want me to say what I wrote down?
Mhm.
Okay. I would probably say something along those lines. Because I mean, fuck, I'm holding a little fox. These statues are closing in. I have a notebook and paper. Like
This is not Death Note. This is not Death Note.
Right. As I'm like sketching things around me, I'm like putting little arrows and underneath, because I'll draw the statues on the top half, and on the second half I'll be like I fear that some magic is going on. If we do not return,
The
this is what.
the second that it reads the magic thing, she wants to cast the spell magic at
On what?
level? Which
On what?
the spell that is being cast.
What spell?
I don't. Damn it!
I'm gonna okay. I'm gonna cast. Oh, fuck,
Wait.
I gotta make
Wait.
sure I have
wait,
it. Wait, do I not have it?
wait.
Yeah.
You have
Wait,
detect magic, because I don't think I do.
Fuck. Do I have detect magic? Fuck. I don't think I have detect magic. Can I do an Arcana check?
Make an Arcana check. What
Can
are you
I help?
looking for? You
I
have
wanna
advantage.
know
What
if
are you
there's
looking
a spell
for?
being cast right now. I want to figure out if there's a spell being cast.
Be
right
more
now.
specific.
Is there a spell being cast on us? On the group?
On the group. Make an Arcana check. At advantage.
At advantage because fuck yeah, I'm Aaron.
At
Okay,
advantage.
okay.
Icarus might be
Yeah.
helpful.
20, bitch! No, 20! Yeah,
That was the only thing that was going to save you because the DC was a 30.
Nat
Nat
20,
20
baby!
is the only thing that
The
saved
total
you.
27. Get fucked!
Because skills don't automatically succeed on a critical. You are using as much of the arcane knowledge as you understand. It is not a guaranteed success, but it is very helpful. Looking into kind of like pushing your senses out. What's your wisdom saving throw modifier?
Wisdom saving throw modifier would be +9.
+9. Brilliant. You get the sense that like something around you is trying to convince you that everything is normal. Like
But I know that
you're
not.
pushing your senses out to try to see, like, analyze, like, oh, are we being affected by spells, whatever. You feel like you're on the track of something, and then your brain just dismisses it. But not fully, because you catch it. Like, wait.
I catch that I'm trying to dismiss it.
Yeah.
So I know there's something, but something is trying to tell me that it's not.
More precisely, your own self is trying to discredit your own investigation. Like, you're in a gaslighting battle with yourself a little bit, where it's like you're investigating, you're like, oh, this is like, is magic going on? Is this? And your brain is coming back and it's telling you, yes, wait, no, it's nothing. And then you're like, wait, that's weird. No, it's not. And it's just kind of like this gaslight battle of what is real.
Okay. But I do. The question is, can I dispel magic? Do I know that there is something here? Because I can.
Do you? That is the question that I have for you. Is you're kind of caught in this mental battle with your brain, trying to like you're literally arguing with your brain, like having an argument where it's like you're pursuing one course of action and your brain is following along with it until it's now suddenly being like not necessarily uncooperative, but it's like disagreeing. It's like, wait, no, that's not right. Wait, no, that's not right.
Look at it this way: as a street urchin, is your gut instinct wrong?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think Demasia's thing is like, one, she knows the fucking statues. She has been tormented by them since she saw them. With her fucking backstory, I think she's like, no, I gotta trust my gut. I can't not take the risk. If there is something being cast, that could be fucked for all of us. And I'm casting.
Because it says I believe it says it's either an object
or a magical effect.
A
creature, object, or a magical effect within range. Any spell
a magical
of third
effect.
level or lower.
Do you believe this? Like, I would say the most you'd be able to extrapolate is that it is affecting you, not that it's affecting the group at large. just that it's affecting you.
But it's any magical effect within range. It's in everyone else's.
Yes, but
range,
remember,
so
each spell is individually targeted. Yes, there are many magical effects occurring within range, but each of them is individually targeted.
Can I just do it on myself then?
Yes.
Because I have.
You
yeah.
can cast
Okay.
detect magic on your. Dispel magic on yourself.
Okay, when you cast a spell using a spell slot of 4th level or higher, you automatically end the effects of a spell on the target if the spell's level is equal to or less than the level of the spell slot you used.
So
I'm gonna cast that.
Yeah.
Are you gonna communicate with Marin at all first?
Oh,
no,
probably
she's
should.
no, you should, but you're just going for it right now.
God damn it!
All room for talking's out the window right now. So
welcome to the corner. Welcome to the corner.
Hold on. She's gonna be like, wait,
No.
hold on. She's not gonna say anything else. That's all she's gonna say. And then she's casting it on herself immediately at a 5th level.
5th level. I need you to roll, please.
What do you need me to roll?
D20 plus your wisdom modifier.
Plus wisdom.
Plus 5.
Okay. Come on, please. Be nice to me. Be nice to me. It's a 19. It's a 19. It's a motherfucking 19 plus 9. Or 9, 5.
Yes.
24. 24.
DC was a 21.
Math.
Yeah!
You had an 11th level modify memory being cast on you.
Fuck!
And you are suddenly surrounded by 5 statues. That one of which is like 6 inches away from your back. And you can see them slowly closing in around you. Chase is frantically scribbling in Marin's notebook. Ray is being bound, and you see like the chains kind of snaking from around his muzzle and going to the ground, almost like if you heard of the spell Earthbind. What that spell is 2 golden chains reach from the ground up to a flying creature, grab it, and try to pull it towards the ground, 60 feet per round. That is a similar case, but in the inverse. In the case that they're originating from Ray and pulling themselves towards the ground, finding purchase in trying to tear Ray out from Chase's arms. That's what you see going on at the moment.
Can Chase talk? Can I communicate?
Yeah, like Chase is like frantically.
You guys are in the same universe now.
I would just absolutely love thinking it's like Demacia is like, oh, I'm feeling lightheaded. Counterspell, and it's just like flash. I'm like,
yeah.
please,
Dude, help me! Oh my god, help!
Look to Chase. What's going on?
The statues pick up their pace.
Oh shit. Okay.
I want to cast spell magic again. I want to cast it on Marin.
Yes!
Okay. Make another check.
Oh, please,
Wait,
you
Chase, if you say you help me, that gives me advantage. Please!
No, it does not. It does not.
It so does, though.
No, it doesn't.
In character, Chase is so focused on not having Ray get absolutely fucked by the statues.
I want to like duck and roll out from the statues. I want to try to get out of the way, and then I want to cast it.
Wait, can I?
You want to duck and roll?
I want to duck and roll out. I want to like slip past them, like I want to crawl, like sneak away across the floor. I want to get out.
Do you have a point of inspiration?
Yeah.
No. Do you? Do you have a point of inspiration?
I thought you gave her one. I was like, yeah.
Wait. I don't know. Do I? I don't know.
I don't think so.
This is incredibly important.
I don't think so. I don't know.
Real quick.
You go to duck and roll. I need you to make an acrobatics check for me.
Oh fuck.
Oh wait, I think I'm proficient in acrobatics. Actually, I think I might be. Oh no, I'm not. Fuck, it's fine. Okay. Please be nice to me. Please be so nice to me. Fuck. 15 plus 5, 20, made 20. It's a dirty 20.
You go to duck and roll. Behind the statues. Your shoulder connects with the ground on the other side, then nothing.
Wait, what do you mean then nothing?
You're dead, Demacia.
What?
The statue.
That's a joke, right?
You're fucking with me.
You, like, I wouldn't say you're. Okay, I'm being
Is she on
facetious.
save?
I'm being facetious. You're not 100% dead. You're dying.
What?
The statues caught you as you were rolling past, and you just, like, one of them literally just reaches out and touches you as you pass, and
What?
Hey, how tall are these statues?
they're varying heights.
Okay, give me the varying heights.
Smallest
Like,
is 4'11", tallest is 6'9".
Oh, sweet. Okay.
God.
You do see this happen, by the way. You see, like, Demacia try to, like, roll outside of the circle and just get, like, you see a flash of, like, a blue light, and she just hits the ground and tumbles ass over tea kettle, completely unconscious and unmoving.
Fuck. Demacia ragdolled.
Mm-hmm.
I'm the only one
I
with the
swear to
fucking
God, I can-
spell to bring dead people back.
I
would
have
die,
that.
you
But
would
if you,
not.
I'm not there, so I can't do fucking anything. I've been.
Well, actually,
Hey, I
you
got a
do watch
question.
this happen. Is like they're seeming to talk and have a normal conversation, and suddenly you see, like, kind of there's this. What's your passive perception? It's a 15.
Not high.
I believe it's a 15, but
It's a 16.
16, better. You see kind of like you see suddenly apparating Demacia's, like, half of her forearm in her hand, just apparating out of nowhere, while she is sitting a good ways away.
That would knock me out of trance.
Me die.
So wait, that
Oh
makes
wait,
the-
you're in
Now
trance.
you
Never
want
mind.
my
Sorry,
help?
Icarus.
Is
Sorry,
that it,
sorry.
huh?
You're in trance. I forgot about that. Soren notices though.
I was gonna say, do I notice then?
Soren notices, but
Soren, fuck everything. If Soren notices, she's gonna be like, Icarus! Rapid tapping on the shoulder. I don't fuck with magic, I need your help.
I mean,
I
I
feel
feel
like
like
it's
with
like
magic, but that's beside the point.
Guys,
gotta
I'm freaking the fuck out. I'm dying.
Yeah.
So,
Right.
Chase,
Icarus?
going off to
Okay,
Chase,
oh,
yeah.
oh, sorry.
Okay, I got a question.
Yes. Answer.
What is my highest spell slot that I have?
5.
5? Okay.
Wait, maybe.
Am I
Yes, 5.
able to use... So, seeing as it is, like, a magical field, I do have Dispel Magic. Is it possible I could just, like, kamikaze the magical fucking thing and get us 3 out, or at the very least,
What
know,
are you? Sorry,
Ray?
repeat what you're trying to do.
Basically, I want to explode with Dispel Magic. At least, like, the area. Like,
You-
just put all my
I
energy
will allow
and
you to do
points
it if
into-
you. So I will allow you to do it if you expend a 5th level spell slot and both of your points of inspiration.
Okay. I didn't even know I had inspiration, so that's cool anyways.
You got 2
Give me
points of
one.
inspiration. What do you mean?
I got one from earlier. I
Yeah,
think I
you had
told
one.
And you
Zazie
had
to
another
chin the
one
fuck
before.
up.
Ago.
Yeah, and then I got my second one just now by going, oh, one of the statues didn't kill the new person's wife. I say new person because I can't remember.
Yeah.
Marin's.
Yes.
Yeah.
She's been here longer than you.
What's it?
New person.
You kind of like
New
in
to
a
him, I
moment
guess.
of desperation, like you kind of call forward that light and that mantle that your father carried and the magic that he imbued in you, and the world fades. Everything in the world just kind of like broken pieces of glass just break off and fade away,
Kingdom Hearts style.
leaving you with you kind of just standing in the center on this circular platform. Black and dark gray and white mist all tangling with each other and rushing past you in a blur. You are getting one of the few moments of being the new demigod of protection, light, and prophecy.
But he had so many layers to chase. He was just a cute stoat like 2 months ago.
And
Crazy how
We
that
all
happened,
get
though.
character development at some
Oh
point.
God!
So mad, dude! I'm freaking the fuck out. My character's
It's okay, we'll say we're gonna. Oh wait, actually,
Hey, is Ray with
I
me
need-
since he's also
need a
the
moment to do
demigod, or
something.
is it just me?
Ray is there, but he's... Well, no, actually, no, he's not there. Sorry, because this is just you. Yes, he's not here. But you, looking around, you're essentially like, this is the outcome that you want to bring through. You emitted from yourself the spell power to initiate the process. Now you get to decide a cost. If you decide a cost that is too low, it will fail.
Oh shit.
You are essentially trying to break the will of the order of things to free you and your allies from the loop that they find themselves in, and to prevent them from being killed from the fact that Ray almost said too much. Something that he wasn't even aware of.
So the statues, we're gonna kill Ray for speaking too much, and now I gotta counter that with my own.
You gotta counter that.
By
Not just Ray, but like you saw
Demacia, yeah.
the group that knew too much, any essence of anything that knew too much was going to be removed. You're essentially vetoing that, but you need to put another price in its place. Normally, this sort of thing would be done by the statues, but because you're Uno reversing their will, you get to choose the outcome. So what
So he
price?
has to sacrifice something or someone.
Or he has to think of an equivalent price.
Get the freak the fuck out.
I think
I'm-
I
After
understand.
intermission.
No.
Damn it.
Can I save Demacia at least a little? Por
You-
favor?
we're gonna get this is happening. Like now time is frozen.
oh,
God, I'm in a council of the statues.
No,
This
more
sucks
precisely,
so
you're deciding to thwart the statues, and I will request while Chase thinks and ponders that you keep all onomatopoeias and exclamations to yourself. The peanut gallery is silent. Let the judge, jury, and executioner decide on a verdict.
Fuck.
Your life is no longer in your hands.
Oh God. The worst part about this is that Chase is so new, I don't have any attachments. My mom's dead. My dad's dead, in quotes. Oh no. It's gotta be me. I think Mr. Chase McLace has to not. Because, I mean, to save the lives of many, I mean, what's the soul of a demigod, right? Apparently.
A demigod you are. And those 2 points of inspiration, there's a reason why I'm having you burn them. Because the spell slot alone would have been enough. Those 2 points of inspirations are 2 chances. Well, technically 3, because there's 2 chances that you get to use your inspiration to...
Family Feud style,
Mhm.
I get it.
And then the 3rd is your final. So, your soul, the soul of the demigod of light, of prophecy, and of protection, would not be enough.
I don't have anything else.
Why does it have to be something that is taken from you now? Or is taken from just you? The possibilities are endless. And for ADHD people like us, that's the problem. Molly? You know.
No.
If you want some help, I'm here to bounce ideas off with you.
Yeah, do that.
Sure. So, for example, this is not an option that would work, but just to give you something on what's possible, you could say something along the lines of, like, we survive this now, but, like, we are reconfronted with this 2 years from now.
I got a question. Can I use my charisma or anything like that to convince the statues?
Of what specifically?
Of anything.
No.
Okay. Well, okay, but can it be not of anything, but like a thing specific? Like, I convince them that X is good enough, even if it isn't, and I just roll high? Or is this kind of like a haha, Jack?
No, this is a fate of the world, threads of time sort of bullshit. You are not going to be able to convince the beings that are more powerful than the gods or even the order of things themselves that built the fabric of this world, i.e. me. You're basically bartering with me for your and your companions' lives back.
God, what is this, Final Fantasy VII remake? God damn
it. But bringing it back to topic, you can, like I said, you can anything that you presently have or that your party entirely presently has can be used. Anything that you guys might get in future or securing a future outcome. I mean, for example, this could work, but in it, like, for keeping yourselves alive now, you can guarantee the Abyss wins, but you get to save the people that you can. You can, you can offer up, because that's the thing, is it's something done in heroics, something done in selfishness is done willingly. Prices are things that this price is something that you have to be unwilling to part with, either as a group or as an individual. This is not something where you can just be like, oh yeah, I'm willing to get rid of this. Oh, here you go. And just toss it to the wind. It is something that will hurt to get rid of. Or to trade. I mean, like, yeah, it's a tough and interesting decision. If you would want some input from the peanut gallery, I can take away their mute button.
I can phone in a friend.
Which of the 3 friends that we have on call today would you like to phone?
You know what? The one that has the most to lose. I want to phone in Icarus.
God, I fucking know. I knew it. I was just thinking of, like, man, if I was in that spot, I'd fucking cry. Here I am.
And you're in the spot. How do you feel, Icarus?
Not good.
I know. I wouldn't feel
Hi,
good either.
welcome to the bridge of life and death. Hey, real quick question. Is the concept of somebody dying not permanent? Like, is there a way to retrieve their soul?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes, it. Like, there's a way to, and like, there's spells, like, for example, what's it, Dementia even has one. I believe it's Reincarnate?
Well, okay, so what I was thinking more like, because the one thing that Chase has kind of always hoped would be to find a way to drag his mother back from.
Oh, so are
the-
you wanting to release the
I
possibility
would.
of ever seeing your mother again?
Yeah, I mean, heck, I was gonna say like make it to where
I
they
mean, that's
just
certainly possible.
take away her soul. There is
Oh,
no
destroy it
afterlife.
entirely.
Yeah, because I mean, hell, Chase. The reason why Chase McLace is so laid back about things is if I die, I just get to go home.
Is that
But
enough?
I could
Chase.
take that home away forever.
So if you're
Well-
phoning a friend,
Well, I mean, before you chime in, as your placeholder second answer, that would work.
Oh God. Oh man, you are right. It's the thing that I don't want. Because if I die, I just go back home. You know, Mom and I go milk the spiders. But
that's both sad and funny.
Mhm.
Leave it to Jackson.
I know.
I'm gonna freak the fuck out. This is so
You
stupid.
can.
We're gonna
And I'm
figure it
not
out.
allowed to talk.
If you're phoning a friend, if you don't want to do that, I'm gonna say that you can take away Icarus's.
I do want to chime in before you complete that idea.
Yeah.
Icarus is not making the decision. He cannot.
I know.
He cannot say, "Oh, Icarus loses out on his connection with Norm or whatever." He can't say that. It would be something that either affects him directly or something that affects the party as a whole,
As a whole, got it. Okay.
not individual
Are you
members.
trying to
because
make us
he...
get rid of Ray?
No, I'm not trying to.
Thank God.
no,
I was
will.
gonna say that's
said
what
no,
I've been
he said
thinking
I
the
will-
whole time.
You
Yeah.
I was
should.
gonna
I mean,
say
but
we have to
that's
kill
the thing.
Ray.
That's the thing that he's trying to avoid in the beginning. Is like he's trying to avoid
Hey,
Ray getting stolen. So
Well, because what
Ray-
affects
that would not
all of
work.
us is the
Right.
question.
Exactly. That
Ray getting
in theory,
taken.
that would
Exactly.
work. But at the same
I'm not gonna
time,
break.
but at the same
The whole
time, the
point
way
was
that you would do
not.
that wouldn't be here in this moment in time. It would be you let the statues take him away. That would be the way that occurred. Since
Well,
he's
you're
in
not
this
getting rid
moment
of Ray.
right now, giving Ray up would not make sense. It would not work.
I think I'll just stick with the mother thing, and then just call that there. If it's truly good enough, I think Chase will just look, because I always have my cheese on me. I just hold the cheese in my hand, I crumble it up and let it drop.
you let it drop, and the crumbled grains of cheese are swept away in the mists as they cross by, immediately dissolving into a blue, ghostly aura that dissipates with the tides of the mist, blending out and vanishing entirely. Your choice has been accepted.
Oh shit.
But the powers that be of this world are not entirely hard. What are your final words to your mother?
Oh no! Don't make me
God.
cry on
Cry.
stream.
Oh, me too. I'll cry with
That's
you.
what-
Oh,
I'm gonna fuck up my makeup for this shit.
I
fucking did my makeup to look all pretty, and now I'm gonna cry it all off.
I
in a
almost
minute.
cried for Soren earlier. I'll cry now.
We'll cry
is
with
she
you,
like?
buddy.
Is she there physically, like in front of me?
Oh, that would be beautiful.
No.
Oh.
What you do feel, though, you know how you can feel a mother's hug long after she's let you go? It's that feeling. That still presence of warmth and stability, comfort. With that feeling, you could almost tackle the entire world scraped knees and broken hearts along the way. In this embrace, you had your biggest moments of vulnerability, where even when the whole world seemed to be against you, it was in moments like these where even the whole world couldn't amount enough strength to stand against the two of you. And here you are in this final moment, where this will be the last time you'll ever get to feel this warmth again. She is there, if only in spirit. What are your final words?
I fall to my knees and I'm like, I'm sorry. Oh shit. This isn't acting crying either. Oh no.
Not acting crying for anyone here, I don't think.
Mm.
I'm sorry I couldn't come home to show you the man that you told me I'd be.
Oh.
Oh. I don't like this. But you'd have loved my friends.
See, the man that I always knew you were. Even if only for a short. I have always watched you from afar, good deeds and bad, your highs and your lows. And my son, I could never be more proud. The little boy that I raised, you did the right thing. I was gone. There was nothing that could be done for me. So using my memory to save those who were still here was the most noble, courageous sacrifice. Goodbye, Chase. I will forever miss you. And just as quickly as the warmth came, and that is where we're ending tonight's session.
Oh.
Oh God, I'm crying.
My
Thank you all.
falsies luckily were like soaking up the tears from my tear ducts. Loki.
I didn't have that luxury. It is like, oh my God, Josh.
Thank you so much for tuning into this session. And
We should raid, by
Evil.
the way.
who?
We should raid.
Let's see who's active. Let's see who's on. Yes, Absolute 20 is up and going. So I need to figure out how to raid real quick.
You just do slash
It's a
raid.
command, yeah, the slash
I
raid.
believe I thought so. So slash raid channel,
And then
which
you
is
gotta, type in their name. I always do copy paste so I don't get it wrong.
right.
Those lowercase L's.
And then you just press enter, right?
I believe so, yeah. And then it should do a countdown.
Okay. Alrighty, everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll see you next Friday. Take care, everyone.
Bye. Goodbye. Goodbye.